pretend that you're meant to be my friend. I'm trying to understand all the blood that's on your hands. Your silence is deadening me. Your silence is scaring me. In spite of the memories, your silence is all I need.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with round number 2. Quick update on round number 1. We had a bit of a technical difficulties on our front. Apologies for that, but we are back with round number 2. Round number 1 won by Surf Esports themselves in a 10-13 match, in 10-13 result. But here with me in the casting booth is Happiness. My name is Frater. Happiness, what do you know about these two teams?
Well, I know on X13, we've got Fluky, Nico, WKD, maybe Asian, and New Prophet. So 6 members will have to check out who's here, as Fluky already making some early contact. As for Goblin Tribe, it's Ogre, Yukine, Lomane, Alex. I'm assuming that's, I don't know how to Eoj. I think it's a backwards name, but I don't know how to pronounce it the right way anyways. And Furry God. So, anyways, we're going to get into the match now. As already some early action. 1 member dead on both sides of the map. So 4 versus 4. Ogre now. Gonna try and get the plant down. Spike is in fact planted. We're on board with Asian. Trying to hold out this A main from the opposite side. And actually getting pushed, but gets Ogre down. Not to mention Fluky able to get one as well. Yukine, it does get that first kill, but only the first kill. Is Fluky now going to check underneath Heaven. Looks for the shotgun classic, but it doesn't work out. Furry God has 2 now. 2 straight headshots, and the Fade might stand a chance. 1 versus 1. They're both at about equal HP as well. Out goes the Prowler. That'll help. Just hopping on the spike is Asian, but that's the wrong play. Furry God wins the first one right quick, and we're already off to a huge start in round number 1. Big 1v3 to get this first round to Goblins.
And we saw Omen all the way over at A-Long, holding his ground so well, getting so many kills even after getting pushed on. But the last play, the very last play, just not working out in his favor. I get what he was doing, going for that fake at that moment. Could have been the play in a different universe. But as of right now, it definitely wasn't. Furry God reading the entire situation pretty well, getting that first round victory in favor of Goblins. And I would like to point out that X13 is number 2 on the seed for this tournament, and Goblin, on the other hand, are number 18. So this is a huge win for them to get this round started.
Oh yeah, absolutely a big one to start with is Koao Joe. I don't know how to pronounce it. We're gonna call him Joe. There we go. Just going with Joe on the Rays entering in, but it's it's a good round to start with, but it's just the first round. It's just to start. As good a round as it was, it's X13 trying to eco through this one, hoping to get back to all even as they look to make it 1 apiece. They stacked the B site, and it was nearly a push straight into said stacked B site for X13, or for Goblins rather, but actually gonna hold their tongue, stick it towards A instead, as Ogre able to get that spike down. Joe able to get one as well. So it's 5 versus 3 as Joe peeks around for a third, looking for the ace, but can't quite land the shots on a Nico, the Sheriff. Good enough for the Rays of X13 to find that kill, but 2 versus 4, I don't really anticipate much going on for the rest of this round.
All comes down to getting a few kills here, try to take down the economy of Goblins. That is what Nico is supposed to do. With 12 HP remaining, I don't think he'll do much, as Furry God and Yukine just pick them out one by one. Well, X13 taking the very obvious round 2 victory.
Yeah, very obvious is a good way to put that. X13 just can't quite compete with the guns, at least on that side, from Goblins, and X13 do a really good job, establishing the control that they can. They got that 1 frag, and in a round such as that, every single kill you can find is a kill you will take, because you really shouldn't be anticipating winning out the round as a whole. Goblins had every advantage in that one, but we're into round number 3, and Furry got actually just going for the Sheriff. Of course, this is the bonus round, but Goblins not even really investing much at all into this, not even trying to get this third round, at least not to the extent that you would anticipate them trying, as again, just a sheriff on the team that's won 2 consecutive rounds. They're perfectly content with giving this round away, or not necessarily giving it away. They're just going aggressive with the lower rated weapons, and already 1 kill for Joe.
Fluky did miss the opportunity there. He should have gotten at least 1 with the Phantom. However, that is a waste. Phantom will be going into the hands of Goblins as they take full side control. Now, this was a much-needed victory for X13. Not taking this round means you're about to lose 2 more rounds in a row, as the economy won't be looking so good, and they might be looking to make a saving play here, as Ogre pushing ever so slightly into the enemy's half and gets the kill over to AZ and Furry God in one of a really crucial spot, as we see Nuke Profit here getting 3 kills out of nowhere. Nico in such a great spot, and suddenly we have X13 taking the round up, almost taking the round up. Okay, but I am very surprised as to how that ended. It was a 2v5 situation, I believe, by the end there, and we saw Nuke Profit taking 3 to his name. Just couldn't get the contact on the last one, but a really great attempt at a comeback here in round number 3.
Oh, it was a fantastic attempt at a comeback. X13 nearly actually got that to work. Nuke Profit and Nico nearly get it done in the 2vx. However many you mentioned, you thought it was a 2v5. I could have sworn it was less than that on the attacking side, but also can't tell for sure in a round like that with how many kills go through in the kill feed. It feels like it's one after another after another. So sometimes you get a little lost in the sauce. By the end, it was nearly around for X13, but then a fantastic clutch from Goblins as well. Ends up with them winning that round, but Nuke Profit looks to make things different here in round number 4. 2 quick sheriff kills, but Goblins have got 3 across the map, including taking down Nuke Profit after that quick double. So X13, there was a little bit of promise, but for now they've got a weapon disadvantage and a player disadvantage as well. Not to mention positional disadvantage too, because they're not even on either of the sites. They're pushing out of A, just confirming that no one's here. And, well, yes, you know nobody's here. You're about to know for sure, because it's about to be a plant on the A site for Goblins, as Giselle is getting set up. They're actually going to take their time here, and look out from behind, because Asian and Nico are going for a bit of a flank. Here comes the push, but you'll have to wonder if they'll expect this position from these X13 members.
Yes, they will, because AZ and Nico just came in guns blazing, and Giselle makes sure he gets the trade down to a 1v2 situation. Now has flash, has smokes to work with, does get a few of the early spam shots coming in. Now it all comes down to this: both of the last players in boathouse just waiting. He does spot Astra once again. Yukine holding down the angle pretty well, not giving him any space to work with, and Asian might be looking to save this round.
1 enemy remaining.
He's gonna try and go for the play anyways, though, and he gets both headshots out of nowhere. Asian pulls that back somehow, and X13 makes sure that the suspense isn't dropped on a round-by-round basis, as X13 did not have the advantage by any means in that one, but they take it at the end. That's their first round of the game, and it comes at a crucial moment. And what a clutch play from Asian as well. How does he make that work in the 1 versus X? That 1v2 at the very end there. The first one, it was technically speaking a 1 versus 3, but when you take into account the trade, it feels like a bit of more of like a 1 versus 2.5 in a way, but regardless, X13 get the round, and Asian gets all the credit at the very end for that wonderful play.
Asian, I'm really sorry for telling you that you should save. You have completely proven what you can do alone. As we see once again, Asian with the Vandal getting 2 headshots. Yukine will be finally trading him out, but still in a 4v3 spot. Nico hanging out in the corner will get spotted, but we see the rotation might be coming in from Goblins as they're just holding their ground. Right now, Giselle, this completely open shot, walks into Garden looking for a few more kills, and here is an opportunity for Goblins to take away a site, and that is exactly what they're looking to do.
Goblins with such a good job early in that round. So efficiently taking that. They want the spike plant soon as well. It's going down for the time being, but it nearly ended before the spike even went down. Giselle almost lined him up, but instead now it's maybe. Maybe still has a chance in this round. Bit of a double entendre there, but X13, oh, they're hoping on a miracle. The way they have these angles set up, Goblins shouldn't lose this round, but they had the same situation last time. Difference here, though, is that Furry God 999 is able to work it out at the end, and Goblins not overwhelmed in the 1vx. They
Anyone
play
feeling
the angles
generous?
to their advantage. They don't mess up, no mistakes there, and they get the win when they should.
Great timing on those angles and those
Teşekkürler.
angled peaks
Thank
there
you.
coming in from Goblins, making sure they get another round to their name. 4-1 now, and we finally see an operator coming in from Giselle that is bound to shut down mid. All comes down to how well he's able to make himself. I mean, you know, having the operator is having half the map in your favor. We will see how Giselle pulls this one off as we see two players pushing ever so slightly towards mid, and Giselle might be finding Sage here in mid, and he doesn't even need the operator to get the kill on over to the open.
In fact, he doesn't. Already early advantage for X13 and Goblins. Have a disadvantage of one, it's going to be rough, but X13 are not going to give away set advantage. A great play escaping out of there is the raise, and for X13 that's going to be crucial. You keep your advantage, though your raise is a little low. That aggression could still come into play. All those opportunities allowed with those black packs, blast packs, and paint shells as well. You don't really need to expose yourself too much in a lot of situations to get those kills with the paint shells, so it should still be solid. But here comes the race from the other side, moving in, and Goblins is able to get that first kill of this push at least. Joe brings us back to a 4 versus 4, but nobody's in defender spawn. But Furry God doesn't really want to go to defender spawn, just wants to take this B site, and that's exactly what's
Spike
happened.
planted.
Yukine gonna get the spike plant down now. 4-1 advantage to Goblins, and it looks to be getting better and better. Maybe a little bit of a missed smoke there from the Omen, as the dark cover not where they want it to be. And Giselle, well, you could have used the smoke back there, because he's just got 3 all the way from the spawn, or at least that back area. Trying to hold that area, and just holds that door so well. Everybody pushes out from X13, and everybody goes down one by one by one.
So the play there coming in from Asian, I believe, was to halt the what do you call it, the alarm bot coming in from chamber, and he was able to do that, but they were a little too late. They were a little too late getting in back to the side, because you can still hear the smoke, right? The thing about getting those smoke working is you need to get the timing right. You can stop 2 players from hearing you, but that one player with the timing can get the call outs, and that is exactly what has happened now. Giselle with the operator will be getting that kill over to Fluky at middle position, and once again we see Goblins trying to take up a site here.
Yeah, Goblins already starting strong once more. They tend to do that. They've been doing it all day. At least in most of these rounds, they've had the early advantage this time. Able to make it an early 2-man advantage. No trades so far from X13. Goblins on the road to the flawlesses, maybe. On the road down, but really rough timing on that peak wide. Doesn't catch anybody from Goblins. Gets a little bit of damage done, but Joe still mostly remaining alive, especially with that health coming through from this Sage. It's going to be such a good situation for Goblins. You give away that position, you force them away, and now X13, they've got 1 remaining on that A site. It's Nico, able to get the 1, but the 1 is all Nico gets. Your raise is down 2 versus 4. I don't even know if you want to go for this retake, but they seem to be a little
30
risky.
seconds left.
X13 are kind of moving in. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
We have seen what Asian can do at close quarters. It all comes down to how Furry God deals with the situation. The Prowler does come through. Asian's blinded, and blinded by the fear of fate, as Furry God puts another kill to his name, with 6-1 now in favor of Goblins. And would you look at that from Giselle, 12-4, 3.0 on the KD coming in from the man with the operator.
Yeah, just a great job. Operator closing out just so well there from Goblins. And just in general, we've noticed the operator, and just not just with that operator, but overall, Giselle has just been so good so far this game. 6-1 advantage to Goblins, and a lot of that thanks to their chamber at 12-4, shelling that may have been nerfed, but the impact is still very much there for this Asian.
Here.
As the operator in hand, it's hard to shut down a chamber, especially when it's Giselle on said chamber. As we start out this round, still plenty of time to work with Goblins. Gonna take their time here. Uncharacteristic play. We're used to seeing them get that early frag early on, but maybe that was actually more due to X13 trying to play aggressive and get the first pick, but X13 also taking their time, also playing back, just sort of cozying up in the site, but it looks like it could be a catwalk push here. And Yukine primed and ready to go.
Kine now, along with Reyes, trying to push in through a shot. The grenade, however, is going to be stalling for time as Ogre and Joe will be getting the kills over to Nico, and New Prophet and A site has completely opened up for them to just walk in, plant, and get most probably another round to their name, because in a 2v4 situation, we have seen this before, there is no way with X13 are able to make a comeback here in round number 8.
Well, mathematically speaking, there is still a way, but not to be that guy, but
Last
I did
player
just be
standing.
that guy. Oh, Furry God actually exposed the barrel of the gun there, and Asian didn't quite see. Furry ends up with that kill on the back end of it. Looks for more, but maybe shuts it down. But you need to save this operator if you're maybe. The Sova for X13 just tries to get away with his life and get away with his operator. Can't get that next one though, Joe. Just a little too clean. The crosshair placement was there for maybe, but Joe was just quicker on the trigger, and the crosshair placement was there for him as well. Big headshot there. Phantom, but it was low on HP and close range, so maybe he didn't really stand a chance in that engagement, and it is 7-1. Goblin's advantage over X13.
A very wise decision coming in from Goblins near at the end of the round. They do not want to give any ops to X13 even on eco rounds, and it was such a fast decision, right? They heard him running away and they decided to follow him up as soon as they possibly could. So really great play coming in from Goblins, really smart plays coming in from the team themselves. Now in this 9th round, we see an early push coming in over at B side with X13 just in pistols. It all comes down to how this first kill will play out. AZN will not be getting that kill over to Joe, as we got another frag over at B site. A 5v2 situation now. X13 once again on the back foot.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it just feels like all too common is saying through this game, and a matter of fact, correct me if I'm wrong, our first flawless of the map so far. Goblins looking primed to take this one, doing such a good job on their attacking side. 8-1 advantage now as it continues to get worse and worse for X13. And I didn't want to make too big a deal of this out of the pistol round, because that was just a 1-0 lead. But now that it's 8-1, I feel like now is a good time to reiterate that X13 coming into this tournament were the number 2 seed. So this would be quite the significant upset if we saw them take this over Goblins. Really, really big game so far for the Goblins, and X13 look a little clueless, dazed and confused, one might be able to say, at least as to what they do here. And it wasn't a good start to the round, but a really nice trade as Nuke is able to get that one back. And X13 do not go down, at least early on in this game, at least in this individual round. Asian able to get another one, so it's the first advantage to X13 we've seen in a while, but out goes the Nightfall, and here comes the push into A.
Comes the push, and once again we have barely seen them pushing towards B side. This time our Nuke Prophet has a different story in mind, getting those 2 kills, and we might just see the very second round going in favor of X13. Nuke Prophet will be the round MVP for this one, as he shuts down the push in a matter of 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, it was maybe even less, I don't even know, but Nuke Prophet just did such a good job shutting down everything that Goblins were looking for in that round. And still an opportunity to get to 4 for X13 on this half, but they will, considering the money on the side of Goblins for the time being, have to fight through 2 full buys, and they might not have both those full buys if they lose rounds from this point forward. So it's going to be a crucial couple of rounds to end off this half. Will there still be a chance in it for X13, or will it just be a foregone conclusion of a game as Giselle gets one back, and Ogre and Yukine make it 3 in a row for Goblins? There was the first kill in the round for X13, but now it's just Fluky. Fluky, though, gets 2, but the res from Ogre, maybe a bit of overkill. You kind of had that one on lockdown, but it doesn't hurt just to make sure you have as many alive at the end as you possibly can. Goblins wrap that one up in fast fashion as X13 go back to the aggression, and well, let's say there's a reason they haven't really been as aggressive lately, because it leads to rounds like that.
Definitely does. You do not want to push flanks too much. If you've seen what goblins can do to flankers, and that is exactly what they have showed us again. 9-2 now, looking to make it 10-2 if they manage to take this win. But X13 now have some kind of utility to work with, as we see some early ults coming in from two of the players. Looking for that kill, it's gonna be Nico getting the kill over to Operator. Now down committed only to one side, no more going back, and that is exactly what they're looking to do as goblins slowly make their way into B side.
Yeah, it's just another round where goblins look so good off the start. Here, every single time X13 get anything, it's traded out by goblins, but not the case after Nuke Prophet able to get that kill. Advantage now X13 as they look for their third, and it looks to be locked up. Another kill there. That's a big one from Nico with the paint shells, but Yukine still has a chance until Nico put some in him with the Vandal, and that's a third round for X13. That's a good way to end off the half. You take 2 of the last 3. You just need to ignore the fact that you lost 8 of the first 9, or what is it? 9 of the first 10? No, 8 of the first 9. That's what it was. No, I really can't count. 8 of the first 9? Yep. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I did it. Wow, I'm in college, by the way. What is going on?
Don't worry, you just entered college. It's gonna take you a little more time to mess up even more. It's fine. It's happiness. It happens. But 9-3 now in favor of Goblins. They're playing such an amazing game so far, and they're gonna continue to do exactly that. Now, with the second half, what do you think is X13 gonna change if they want to make a comeback here?
Well, in this situation for X13, they've been getting aggressive, and that's been their downfall. So I would say, honestly, you can keep trying to play your game with the aggression. That could be helpful here, at least on the attacking side. It could be, you know, a little bit more beneficial as the, I think the overlay isn't quite... I know they literally switched the sides of the teams physically, so it's a little hard to actually keep up with that. So be not confused. It is X13 on the attacking side. Nuke Prophet and company looking for a way in after they lost that first kill to the Chamber, who just TP'd right out. And, well, that's the impact of that Chamber. You get that kill and you get away unscathed and unpunished. It's now an advantage to Goblins as X13. They're looking for a way into the round, and right now they're just defaulting because they don't really have a clue what they can do from this position.
We see Nuke Prophet trying to clear out some of the angles here, trying to clear out mid, maybe even B side. However, it does seem highly improbable. Or he could just, you know, be making some noise so that people would leave A side. And that is exactly what seems to be the plan of Goblins as AZ and Voxen, along with Chamber and Fade, to get that plant going in their favor, looking to take it to double digits here in round wins. Goblins have the side under control, now down to a 4v1 situation. Can't do much here as Prophet does get one, won't be getting the second one, and it's gonna be Goblins taking Goblins rather taking round number 14.
Goblins, well, I mean, at this point, I don't want to jinx anybody, but they might as well be taking the game. I know there's a 9-3 curse that I've heard of here and there. I'm not, like, super, like, into Valorant competitive, but even I've heard of the 9-3 curse, that it's there. It can happen. It's not necessarily that every time a team goes up 9-3, though, they lose. And after you take the pistol here, too, it's really looking rough for X13. It's a 10-3 advantage for Goblins, and X13 now really just need to figure out something. They need to get something going, and I like the force buy here from them. It's Stingers and Spectres into this round, and oh, they're actually going to catch out Joe pretty quickly, so if they're going to do anything to get a round coming up, that's definitely the way to start it, is the Shock Dart as well is able to get one for maybe. Flaky tacked on one more. It is Yukine, though, getting one, and Giselle pops out a defender spawn for 2. It's almost a retake here. Spike planted, though, so Giselle still has some work ahead of him in Asian. This is going to make it easier. Takes down the Chamber. Ogre trades, but maybe trades the trade. And X13 come out on top by the advantage of only one player at the end. But a round is a round, no matter how many were alive to tell the tale. And that's exactly what X13 need.
exactly what they need. Maybe playing a really, really calm and collected game. As soon as the spike planted, as soon as he planted the spike, he knew he had to go back out there and support his teammate. Maybe look for a trade. Maybe get that crossfire working in his favor, and that is exactly what he did. X13 now taking one round after such a long time. They need to get more of those, but we see goblins with almost no utility to work with. How is that possible? Like, they have won so many rounds in a row. What do you think has happened here?
Well, I mean, in that situation, it was just X13 just kind of did such a good job getting in quickly that even though the retake came out from Goblins, it seems that the aggression for X13, like I've mentioned before, they're a very aggressive team off the start of rounds. We could let this round go by the wayside, but Ogre did just get one with a shorty, so I don't want to necessarily give up on this one, but with Nuke Profit planning on an open B side, it's safe to say this is an X13 round as Nico gets one more. Yukine does actually get that next kill, though. So, if he gets this kill into Nico, we could have a round here, looking in the right spot, shooting in the right spot, but not quite shooting precisely enough. And Nico doubles up at the end. Down goes Astra, down goes Sage. And X13 off the back of their raise will make it a 5-10 advantage to Goblins, and I really hope I didn't caster curse them.
A 3-9 curse did exist. However, as of right now, X13 have won 2 rounds in a row, but we see Goblins once again with some really great weapons. We see Furry God in the Odin itself, and I want to see what that brings to the table. We see X13 rather trying to set up a play here for pushing a site. I want to see how that pans out against, and there are no operators coming in from the defense, so it might be a little too. It might be just a little more easier to work with.
Yeah, it's just Goblins coming into this round, they really need whatever advantage they can. You know, I've seen games where it's like, oh, they're pretty comfy, they can afford to give away a couple, but if I ever have that mentality, it feels like the team in the advantage all of a sudden isn't in the advantage for too much longer. And X13 are the kind of team, as we've seen through this game, as much as it has been a rough game for them, we have seen them play some solid rounds, and they could definitely make a comeback of things here as Nuke Profit. Watch out, somebody's on the side. I saw someone boosted up there. Actually, wait. They did drop down. They ended up dropping down, getting that first kill. Ogre had the opportunity to get more, but Nuke Profit shuts him down. So, 10-5 now. Advantage to Goblin still in round count, but X13 have the advantage in this individual round. That is until Joe able to get one more. And then it gets even worse for X13 as Giselle makes it an advantage now to Goblins. And they're going to have to try and run into Giselle if they want to take this B site. Nuke Profit is trying to watch defenders spawn, take a free kill if they can. Gonna run straight in with Nico, though, and it's actually Giselle in the wrong spot, but peeking around at the right time. Can't get a kill, though, with that tour de force. So it's a bomb plant, a spike plant should be forfeited here to X13 as Goblins make it an even man count on the post plant as well.
The headhunter kill there was necessary for Giselle. However, the shot did not connect through. But as of right now, the spam does come in. Nuke Profit down to a 1v1 situation against Astra. How does he deal with this one? He does get the ult through. Will be finding that reveal. No, he doesn't. Yukine has just walked through. Now, it all just comes down to whether Nuke Profit is able to hear him drop down. I'm pretty sure he did, but okay,
Okay.
I see you. Okay. Cool. Very interesting plays coming in from the man in from the man in X13 as Goblins probably almost gets the spike planted. Not a lot of time left to his name, but how did that work out in his favor? I guess Nuke Profit knew that he wasn't gonna be getting he's probably not gonna be getting that spike diffuse off, and that is exactly why he was just running around. But it works out in his favor. It just was a little weird to see what he was exactly planning. But X13 take the 3rd round in a row.
Indeed, they do. X13, not sure why, but X13 take their 3rd in a row. So it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. It's like that Beatles song. Goblins look a little clueless as to how to deal with these aggressive plays from X13. Not even in some cases getting aggressive. That last round we saw them take their time, play incredibly well off of that game sense, and now It's after they worked well with that aggression early on, they're just going to play off those changes of pace. And here goes another one. Fluky gets that kill. And now advantage again to X13 as it's just Giselle on this B site. Needs that assistance from behind. Does have that teammate coming through defender spawn as well. So will be a little better. You have the assistance from the fade, but the chamber is going to have to work alone at least for the time being. And really playing a bit of a one and done position here. But nobody peeking on X13. They're not going anywhere, but they're also not going in. They're gonna just wait up, try and play those rotations, and maybe be able to get two on the entry in. X13 wait long, and it ends up being the correct decision. It looks like they'll have a 7th now.
Another round looking to go in
Spike
X13's
planted.
favor, and they have played such an amazing game so far, trying to get all those timings right here in offense, not committing, not overcommitting to any of the plays, just waiting for the perfect amount of time to take sides once again under their control, and that is exactly what they've done, looking to do the same thing here as Fluky, followed up by AZ Yen, take down the last two players from Goblins, taking it all the way up to 7-10 now, the 4th round victory in a row for X13 as they try to take the 5th one here.
I always feel bad when I point out that one team's doing really well and then all of a sudden they're doing less well, because it's like, in the back of your mind as a caster, you can't help but think, like, was that my fault? Did I do this? Did I actually curse them? I know they can't hear me. I know nobody in this game probably even knows that I'm casting this right now, but still, I just want to make sure that this isn't my fault, because you feel for Goblins in this situation. They've been having such a rough half, but I suppose maybe we're just watching a bit of an attacker-sided Ascent match, and, well, clearly, both of these teams are very evenly matched with one another, but Goblins still at the advantage for the time being. Giselle, though, is going to make this a player advantage in favor of Goblins, but the showstopper gets Giselle down, and Nico has almost single-handedly opened up this B site, thanks to the fact that Goblins really don't have many people here, and it's a post-plant 4 versus 4. This one is going to be interesting.
It's looking to be nothing less than interesting here, and down into a 3v2 situation now as X13 have full control over at B
One
side.
enemy remaining.
Okay, that ult did not do justice to Joe as he will be going down through that headshot coming in from maybe in a 1v3 situation. Now Yukine looking to save that gun. Never mind, I think he's deciding to push, and that is not one of the best decisions that are gonna be taking you to the next round.
Yeah, you hate to see it. It's not one of the best decisions you could have made in that situation, but regardless of whether or not it was the best choice in that situation, it's a choice that you will need to learn to live with. In esports, one thing you definitely cannot do is dwell too much on the past. You have to focus on the now, because if you think too much about your history, you may not be doomed to repeat it, but you're going to be thinking too much about those situations and not focusing enough on the situations at hand. So, Goblins need to focus on the round they've got. They also need to focus on the fact that they still have the advantage. Look at that scoreboard and tell me Goblins aren't winning. I will tell you to go see a doctor, because they definitely are. But the problem here is that it's like you mentioned last game we were casting together earlier today. The momentum in Valorant can be huge, and right now, as much as Goblins have been the better team and still technically have the upper hand when you look at it objectively, if you look at that little timeline in the middle there, it's undeniable the impact that those 5 straight rounds that X13 have, and that impact it will have on Goblins.
All the way from round 3 up until round number 8, X13 have been hanging on by a thread every single round. Every single round has been pretty close so far, going down to 1v2s, 1v1s. X13, however, have been the ones to come out on top, and after such a chaotic first half in defense, it is a good thing to see some things go work in your favor, and X13 are enjoying the high tide. It just goes down to find out how long this is actually gonna last.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time until it starts to feel like Goblins maybe
One enemy
losing it
remaining.
at the... Oh, well, okay.
Not yet.
It's only a matter of time. They haven't lost it, but they definitely lost a lot of the control they had over it. It's just funny to think that it's only a matter of time until it feels like they may be losing control, and then all of a sudden they've been flawless with 4 of those kills coming across 5 seconds after I just said that. But X13, regardless of what we're talking about here, regardless of whether or not we have faith in them or not, they've got faith in themselves, and that much is evident. When you look at those 6 rounds in a row, they've just made it one more. But Goblins have much better guns than this one. Even the Odin bought up, the Odin bought up 4 Ogres. So 1 round still ahead are Goblins, but we need to see a little bit of a change of pace in this one, especially compared to what we've seen in the past. And it's not starting off well. Nico gets that first kill, and out goes the Nightfall for Flurry God, trying to get something back in return, but hasn't found anything just yet.
Haven't found anything just yet, indeed, as we see Giselle trying to find out where that Omen teleported. But as of right now, no information to his name. We have X13 under control of the entire A site, as AZN will be dropping down Giselle like a fly. 5v4 situation now as X13 under full control. Yukine will be getting one here in a 4v4 situation now, but for how long do you think you can hold this, as Goblins now struggling to even get close to a site? Nico, Fade, and Fluky are doing such a great job just holding down each and every single angle. Fluky with the operator getting another kill, followed up by Yukine. Okay, Joe is just looking like, who should I shoot first? Everybody's just walking in. X13 having the time of their lives here, as they have now won, and I repeat, yes, you heard it correct, 7 rounds in a row against the same team that was dominating the competition here in the early parts of round number 2.
Earlier on, it was 8 of 9. The first 9 rounds, 8 of them were won by Goblins. Well, now it's definitely a role reversal. In terms of this half, at least so far, 8 of the first, 8, there we go. Of the first 8, 7 of them won by X13. So, very much a role reversal here is X13. They looked so good to start off. They look so good, at least, to start off this half here. And, well, not a lot of action quite yet. Goblins want to try and take the agenda and actually make something happen, but instead, Giselle not able to find any damage there. Misses the shots. The Goblins miss the shots onto him, though. It's rare misses, uncharacteristic misses from both sides there, so nobody's taken any damage quite yet. And X13 still have everybody left alive at full HP. Same says for Goblins, but Goblins not really in the advantage in this one. When you look across their team at the weapons, it looks like it should be the first lead of the game for X13 when you consider the state of this round, but they're still taking their time, taking nothing for granted. They know what it's like to lose rounds, and they know what it's like to be down pretty rough in the state of the game so far, so they're definitely going to take their time and make sure they check all their corners.
That's what they're looking to do, as we see Fluky trying for something strange here, as we see them trying to push out B side after that horrendous attempt at A. It's not going to be working in their favor, and Goblins, for the very first time in a long time, looking to take a round win against X13.
Yes, they are. Giselle gets that one as well, but it's all on the back of that big 3K from Joe, so maybe me saying that they aren't going to miss any corners in terms of checking them wasn't the best thing to say right before they proceeded to not check the corner. But regardless, it's just unlucky timing, as Goblins, they let them get back to even, let X13 say, all right, we've actually tied the game on our own volition by the first time, for the only time all game that wasn't literally 0-0, but Goblins trying to force themselves back into the driver's seat as X13 still down, yet to actually have an advantage so far. And, well, Goblins will absolutely take that. They're on match point, which is to say, if they take this one, then they'll be on match point. But X13 only 1 round behind, so we've got an interesting end of the game coming up. Hopefully we'll see some closer rounds as well.
Very close game. What a close game this has been so far, and it might just get a lot more closer going forward. This Goblin still in a 1-round lead now, going up against X13. We see Nico slowly pushing on towards A side, decides to drop back or just wait. But it all comes down to the waiting game, the patience each of these players have to hold down certain angles, and we see Nico the patience almost paying him fruit, almost getting that kill. However, not yet, not under his name, as it's still very much 10-11 in favor of Goblins.
Yeah, it's 10-11. Goblins still an advantage, and in this round, yet to really see an advantage going either way. Giselle being allowed to get back to that A site, though, is going to be massive. Once you spot out somebody in that kind of position, it's crucial that you capitalize on said position because it's so hard to escape from that spot that Giselle just escaped from, but
30 seconds
gets out
left.
regardless. As now, gonna try and make the play back forward, big headshot, and then gets out immediately, just ducking away. Big kill to start with for Goblins. That's massive for Giselle. Out goes the showstopper, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself though. Was Joe in that position, and only 10 seconds left. They need to get this going now, and it's the kills going both ways now. 1 versus 2, advantage to Goblins. X13 picking the spike back up. They've got just enough time, but Fluky gonna get rushed on the site. Needs to play for the kills. Hopped off this spike, but that's a crucial mistake. You didn't really have much of a chance at all. You try to play for the kills, but Murray got too far away. You try to play for the spike, but Yakine had your number. Just take your kill while you can, because you really can't win that round. Perfectly played in the 2 versus 1 by Goblins.
Perfectly played indeed in that last 1v2 situation. They held their ground for such a long time in such a well-fashioned. Fluky was looking for those opportunities, trying to get into the site. However, the angles held by Goblins just a little too good. And you know, you gotta make that comeback. This comeback is necessary after losing 8 rounds in a row. This is what they needed, and that is exactly what they'll get. And now Joe getting that grenade working in his favor now in such a good position, looking to get the 2 kills. However, will be finding only 1. Followed up by Furigod now in the same spot. He is gonna be getting traded out, but it is down to a 3v1 situation now. AZN all up to him to survive in this $500 tournament. 10-12. Can he make a difference? We'll find out soon enough. It doesn't look like it, as he's just gonna walk right into the crosshairs of Ogre, and the game is gonna be ending in favor of Goblins 13-10. Similar fashion as to the scoreboard that we had for round number 1. But I have to say, hats off to X13 for that wonderful 8-round streak coming in from them in the attack. They made it look so easy during that entire time, but as of right now, we are having Goblins as our winners.
Yeah, Goblins just overall over the course of that whole game just did a better job. When the other team took the advantage and took a lot of rounds in a row, they did a better job coming back from that. That was something we saw X13 make the very fatal mistake of. They let Goblins get too many rounds when Goblins were on their attacking side, and by the time they were able to get some back, it was just too late. They made a heroic attempt at a comeback here, but again, was just a little too late. Or not necessarily too late, but by the time they caught back up with Goblins, Goblins had already figured them out, and they were able to get the next 3 cleanly. So hats off to Goblins dealing with that situation well. I know that if I was in that situation, I would have been tilted out of my mind if my team let that get back to 10-10. But Goblins they've got that mental fortitude, and it's good enough to get them into that next round.
It is good enough, and that is exactly what you need to go into round number 3. Speaking of which, we will be back with round number 3 very, very soon. But before we take this break, I would like to take a minute to talk about Dude once again. Thank you to Dude for sponsoring this tournament. Dude is a social network for gamers to connect with other gamers with an easy, simple method of gamer profile discovery and instant messaging for real-time engagement. Head on over to app.dude.gg to learn more about this awesome hub/network for gamers. Thank you. We will be back with more Valorant very soon, so stay tuned for it.
My feet, oh, alright, I'll get used to this eventually. But don't wait for me. Fault lines breaking under my feet, oh, alright, I'll get used to this. I'll get used to this eventually. Fault lines, 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 breaking under me, oh, oh. Fault lines, fault lines, fault lines, fault lines, you see. Fault lines, fault lines, said this, if I had you would be someone I miss. And all of the tables they keep turning, all the rope I held is burning, and I know I shouldn't have let go. And my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. And my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. I walk along the water and I see my reflection in the lake. And in my mind I paint a picture, all the roads that I walked with you. Can't help but wonder where I went wrong. Shouldn't have said this, did I mean it? Would I open up and plead for it? My hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. And my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. We'll come back in a few thousand years and we'll see if the world played out our fears. Talk about how everything changed, how the trees grew over the path we paved. Ooh, I'm tired now. Ooh, don't you know that? Don't you know that my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. And my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. I lie awake in the dark, wait another beat for the scene to start. I lost the line, missed my mark, can't make it back home, we've gone too far. Light a fire underneath me, let it swallow me whole. Feel it all around me, should've done what I was told. Now I'm stuck in oblivion, lost in time. Everything I've done, forgotten, unless I survive. gone. Ignoring the signs I'm sending out. Forgot the moves, lost the round. Find your own way out, 'cause we're going down. Light a fire underneath me, let it swallow me whole. Feel it all around me, should've done what I was told. Now I'm stuck in oblivion, lost in time. Everything I've done, forgotten, gotta make it out alive. Light a fire underneath me, let it swallow me whole. Feel it all around me, should've done what I was told. Now I'm stuck in oblivion, lost in time. Everything I've done, forgotten, gotta make it out alive.
and we are back with round number 3 of Tour de Force Valorant Dude X Latency Tournament. The $500 prize pool still very much on the line. My name is Frater in the casting booth. Alongside with me is still the very legendary Happiness, waving at the camera right now. How are you doing today, man?
Oh, it's getting better and better. The competition we've been seeing has, well, been getting better and better. It's been consistent, steady incline from good, really solid, some clutches here and there. The last game that we saw got really good at the very end. It got super close with plenty of close rounds, fun rounds all the way through. And I can only hope that it's going to get better and better. We're narrowing our number of teams down slowly but surely. So, again, I can only imagine that this one might be the closest one that we've seen all day, which is saying a lot because we've seen some really competitive games.
Definitely have, and let's talk about the roster that we have in front of us. It's gonna be Nyx versus Asteri 7 facing each other off against on Ascent.
Yeah, Nyx and Asteri 7. So for A7, we've got Kai C, Data Killer, Jay, Flop, and World Rise on their side. They'll be starting on the attacking side on Ascent. And for the defenders of the one and only Nyx, it's Joey, Huso, Soapy, Hydro, and Hulu and Chill. Of course, with Croach Critzy on board as well, it looks like they've got a pretty solid lineup coming into this one. So far, it looks like we're looking at pretty similar hovers on both sides. I can only imagine the Yoru's a bit of a troll hover, but you never really know. But regardless, we are just a few seconds away from actually starting our map as we look at the very end of these agent lock-ins, and it's going to be interesting because we just saw Ascent last game. It was very attacker-sided. I'm not sure if we're anticipating another attacker-sided match or something defender-sided once more, and these compositions are going to definitely make a big impact.
And did you just call Yoru a troll, Happiness? I'm
Well,
not sure whether
You're
people would be
right,
happy
Agent.
about that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I
thought
mean, to be fair,
wasn't he just good on bind? I thought that was what Yoru did. Am I
Dude.
not updated enough yet?
with the new update, alright, well, he is out, so Happiness, I
Okay.
hope you're, well, happy, as he does go out, and he's gonna be switched
Dodged a bullet there.
switched with Breach. Breach, well, himself is a bit of an all-rounder, can flash, it can concuss, can do basically anything that you need to open up a site. But we are back again at Ascent. Pretty similar roster, except for the Cypher and Breach not present on the defenders' side. Attacking, as always, we have Asteri 7, and defenders, we have Nyx. And a very quick fact that I would like to point out, our observer, that one Lance is actually the coach / GM of the Nyx roster. So, well, we have been told that the team is pretty good at this game, and I'm excited to see what kind of game they're gonna be presenting us here in round number 3.
Oh yeah, it's an exciting one for sure. And well, I don't know if we needed to be told that they were good at the game. Making it this far with the competition we've seen already is evidence enough, at least to me, that Nyx have what it takes to take this one. But Asteri 7 as well still look like they could be solid as well. However, I'm saying this before having watched either of these teams play and only knowing a little bit about one of them because the coach is observing for the time being. And, well, it's a chaotic start both ways that ends up with an advantage to Nyx.
And dude, we have seen such different types of gameplays coming in from the entire Valorant tournament so far. We see slow starts, we see very quick starts coming in on the very same map. This was one of the quickest starts to a round we have had. The fade reveal making sure Chamber was eliminated from the play, down to a 3v2 situation now, with Asteri 7 trying to make their way slowly towards a side, but Soapy trying to get that flank working in his favor. Not sure. What? Why would you? Okay.
Misclick. We'll just go with misclick. We'll go with misclick. That's what we're gonna go with. We'll run with it. But regardless of the misclick, accidentally uses the knife in a bit of a rough spot. So unlucky there. But A7 have that spike getting planted on A. 2 versus 3 in the post plant. Sophie working in from the back side, and they've got them from behind. 2 quick ones. Already getting there on the perfect line. It's a perfect round 1, or maybe not perfect, but it's a round 1 win for Nyx, and they're absolutely happy with that.
The perfect positioning coming in from the two players, just walking from A long, following them from the behind, and once again they were just caught with their pants off. But Nyx did such a great job in getting that round in their favor after going in a bit of a disadvantage early on, getting few elims, getting the numbers down of their team in the very first few seconds of round number 1. But going into round number 2 now, we see Phantoms, Bulldog, and Wild coming out, and we don't usually see that. We usually are running Spectres and Deagles in round number 2, but Nyx seem pretty confident in themselves.
Marked one.
From Nyx, I love to see that confidence from a team early on. You love to see them just playing with that aggression because they know they have the skill and they have what it takes. Playing into, I guess, a little bit of a buy. Like you can see, there's a frenzy on World Rise. They didn't go with a full classic lineup, but I don't think they really put too terribly much, investment into this round. It's a bit of more of a setup towards A. They're going to take their time, kind of counter to what you'll see in a lot of eco rounds, but they're actually going to make this play towards A main. They want to run straight through. Really nice dark cover, though, from Hydro. It's a bit of a one-way. They can only see their legs, and with that, A7 decide against it. They're going to move away and likely either just wait a long time or maybe even push towards a different site.
They did get the plant down last round, so having economy for pistols was appropriate for the team. But as of right now, they have decided to go for the right side, as Hydro in the frenzy himself does manage to get a few kills on the board, and we see Asteri 7 slowly now rotating. But we once
30
again
seconds left.
see KO pushing in the exact same position, and we might see a reminiscent of what has happened in the past. But okay, we start to see
they
them
have time?
running towards B side. 19 seconds remaining. I don't think they do.
I don't think they do. I think they're just kind of running
seconds
straight
left.
into the wall,
Spike
and well,
down, B.
Soapy gonna get that one kill. Though he is traded, it's only 5 seconds left. Soapy has done the job and done it well. What's the job, you may ask? Well, the job is
Last
preventing
player
Asteri 7
standing.
from getting anything in the round. All they can get is a Phantom from Flop picked up and brought into this next one. So that's a little bit of economy. You don't have to use on extra investment into this first buy round of the game for A7, but everything other than that one Phantom goes to Nyx.
Definitely so, and the confidence beaming from Nyx has proven itself, with Soapy playing a phenomenal positioning game there. If not pushing from high mid, he decided to push on over to B short, where he got 2 kills just by holding one particular angle. Now, moving into round number 3 here, Asteri 7 are playing a bit of a slow-paced game, and they're trying to once again take up a site. Earlier in this tournament, we saw splits coming in at different maps, but as of right now, Asteri 7, they have it pretty simple. You fully commit towards a single site, and you continue to push through.
Yeah, and the push through itself actually going pretty well. World gets the first kill pretty
planted.
quickly, and now pushing towards Hell, looking for the second one, gets Hydro dead, and Data killing with one more. It's 2 rounds so far have gone to Nyx, but it looks like the first will go to Asteri 7, as Hulu working back in from Catwalk, just trying to take down the garage door, but after shooting it down, just pulls out the headhunter and tries to watch the angles, gives away that position, hoping somebody might try and go for the push, but not going to get pushed by anybody. They're playing very far back here, A7, just making sure they don't give anything away, though Jay did give away that kill to Joey. Hulu also allowed to have the Bulldog, but not really anything major here. Given up to Nyx, and A7 get the round. That's what they were after, and that's what they've just got.
Well, even getting the saves at the end of such rounds is crucial, and Hulu and Chill, along with Joey, has done exactly that. But moving on into round number 4 now, Asteri 7 have finally found their footing. Even if you go for simple plays as to taking a site with full commitment of watching out for flanks, that is all you need. That is all the kind of plays you need in order to win in this game, as shown perfectly by Asteri 7.
Yeah, they do a great job showcasing that. Just all you need there in that kind of situation is just to not waste any time. You just force everybody into the same site, and well, the numbers were enough there. The Area 51 approach of attacking, they can't shoot all of us, and well, in that situation, it was a little too much for Nyx to deal with. And that's the first round on the board for Asteri 7, but Nyx to be getting aggressive, at least towards B. Hulu gonna back off as the Prowler goes out, tries to catch one, but they're actually pushing straight into B now. This is interesting. We'll see if this goes well for Asteri 7.
It doesn't seem to be the case as Hulu and Chill is going to be the first one to get a kill, followed up by Joey. The headshots just keep on coming in, and the mid play did not work out in their favor. B, not the right option, as they have the full force of Nyx to face before even trying to think about entering the site. Cal C, I believe, will be getting a kill over to one of the players in Nyx, but to what attempt? Okay, there we see the bomb plant coming in from Hydro. Now, that might be a little something here, but what can you do alone?
Yeah, really can't be anticipating too much here. At best, a couple of kills and then going down is what you can anticipate from Flop, but able to get the first one and escapes back towards the generator, but Hydro gets that kill from the backside, and well, World Rise might as well not even have gone for it. The garage door was closing, and it barely even had much of a chance in that, and Hydro will put that round to bed. A7 not able to make it 2 in a row. That's Nyx getting the 3-1 lead.
3-1 lead in favor of Nyx. Economy looking pretty well from both sides, except for Nyx. Hulu and Chill running the glass up with no armor to his name. See how he does. Let's see what he does with that now. Hydro, we see him being the only one in ult. That could be used very, very aggressively, and he could use it to retake sites. I would want to see an aggressive play coming in from Hydro, to be honest.
Yeah, Hydro getting aggressive here could be massive, but from this position, this is really a bit of a one and done in terms of the game. You could get more than just one kill here, but the first time you use a spot like this, it's not really going to work again because it's a spot that other teams don't really forget about too easily. And also because you can clear a vast majority of the angles on the A site without entering through the full entryway. So once you actually clear all those angles, you just check your top right. Oh yeah, Hydra's not there again. Awesome. We'll focus on the site itself. It's Hulu focusing on getting that opening kill. World Rise dead early, and that's a quick advantage to Nyx.
Quick advantage indeed, as they now try to slowly make their way towards B side. Already detected now. I don't see this going anywhere but in their favor, as Joey does get one. Gets traded off though, down to a 4v3 situation. Uso trying to get that first kill in his favor. He's gonna be going down to 30 health. Will he be getting a kill here? Now two people in boathouse. Hydro getting one, gets traded off. Uso doing the exact same thing, even more, as he puts down KC to the ground. And once again, we see Nyx taking round number 5 in their favor.
Yeah, Nyx just have done such a good job so far, locking in rounds such as those. At the very end there, it's Uso taking it at just from the very back of the site. Just gets a couple and makes it look easy, but I really like that sort of play that we saw in that corner there. I don't remember which one it was, but I know that the Rolling Thunder from the breach missed the corner, and because of that, a kill was allowed over to, I believe it might have been Soapy, correct me if I was wrong, who was sitting in that corner, was able to get that one kill in spite of the Rolling Thunder being there, and now Soapy, not checked in that corner, able to get that first kill, but no trade this time, so Soapy just gets a straight-up advantage for Nyx.
A straight-up advantage is all you can ask for, especially in defense. In a 5v4 situation, now Nyx try to make this work in their favor. They are holding down A side pretty well. We have two people watching Cat. We have Omen in the exact same position that he was in earlier. Same spot. Can turn out to be fatal. Let's see what he does with it.
Watching here.
Yeah, and again, this another thing that could be fatal. This position from Hydro could absolutely just be huge. Hulu top mid as well. There's so many things in this round that could be so good for Nyx, and considering they already have the player advantage, I can only anticipate this is a Nyx round, but we've seen some nice break-ins towards the end into these sites from Asteri 7, but for the time being, we're still not seeing much. Hulu might get the peek from the bottom of mid, but
30
no.
seconds left.
Instead falls off the angle, and A7, what's the play going to be here?
Saving? 20 seconds remaining. I don't think they can do much here.
Yeah, they really can't do much. I'm hopefully for A7 they'll be able to find something at the end. It looks like it's a push up to the mid,
10 seconds
and then they're going to
left.
try and work their way out from that upper area. But Hulu has
Spike
flopped
down
dead
mid.
first, and there are 4 seconds left there, and they're nowhere near this site. The spike's also been dropped, just in case you needed further reason to believe that this is a Knicks round. And in case you needed even more reason, well, they just won the round. Soapy cleans up a Steri 7 as well at the very end. So World Rise and Flop not even allowed to see the end of the round. They get taken down, and well, A7 have not been playing their best Valorant so far. They're actually going to call the timeout because they want to take some time as a team to talk things over.
I'd be equally surprised if they did not do that. 5-1 now. They gotta figure out what kind of a strategy they need to implement to beat Nyx's defense, which has been phenomenal so far. And you gotta change up your strategy. You gotta think of something new. You have Breach in your team. You have a really good initiator to get those first few concussions. You have Fade to get in those reveals. Even then, you just are just taking down the timer down to the last second, and then you panic. And when the panic steps in, it's very difficult to get the positioning, get those abilities working in your favor.
Yeah, and it's been a couple of times so far this game where the time really hasn't worked well for A7. It's been working against them a couple of times now already, where you and I have both noted late in the round. Do they have enough time left to do anything? And both times, the answer has been no. They haven't left themselves enough time towards the end of the round, spending too much time thinking things over and trying to figure out the best play that they could go with. But like, there are only like let's see, like 4 or 5 places you can realistically play. I know there's a lot of different ways you can set up different people, but it shouldn't be taking you until there's 15 seconds left in the round to decide what you want to do. Hopefully we'll see a bit more decisiveness on part of A7, and well, World Rise knew exactly what he wanted to do coming into this round, but it didn't go well. It hasn't gone well for anyone on a Steri 7. It's just Jay.
Just Jay and Hydro with the flashes, the prowlers, everything to make that work. Hey, okay, I'm very surprised he did get that. He got that kill. That is extremely
Well,
unfortunate for Hydro, but Joey will be closing another round out, and in such a dominant fashion. It was basically a 2v5. No chance of making a comeback there, no space given to even rotate. That is the kind of showing these two had as a team together, and it speaks volumes for their coordination.
yeah, it absolutely does. And A7, I mean, they knew what they wanted to do going into that round. You can say that that's a bit of a bright spot compared to rounds past. Or not even, the issue hasn't even been what do we want to do at the start of the round, it's been what do we do later, and in this round, it's a similar start, except they actually forced Soapy to get so over aggressive that they get that kill, and now they're looking towards A. They might actually be pushing in pretty soon. Cypher ultimate. Let's go out, and Hydro might have been caught. Here goes the Nightfall, and the push should be coming soon.
Should be coming soon as we see another push coming in over to A side. As we see Flop finally looking for a backup plan, decides to go out and breach, doing the exact same thing. We see them holding grounds, finally deciding to rotate now with a minute left, trying to make sure the angles are cleared, but the spike still very much lingering around outside A. Hydro in the very same position. And I am wondering, how long is it going to take for a Steri 7 to realize that that is where Hydro is present?
Yeah, and the Hydra's been here plenty of times. I think this might be his third time playing this upstairs position. Not upstairs, but you get the idea. This position elevated on the boxes, and it's
30
going to be
seconds left.
good for Hydro in this round, particularly as Hulu gets the first kill, but that's going to pull the rotates. But Hydro is sticking around, still here, has the impact. Might have shot a little too soon, but still doubles up for 2. Spike is knocked down, but it could still be picked up and planted. Issue is, though, Huso right here catches the
One
fade at a
enemy
bad time,
remaining.
but
10
still
seconds left.
has a chance, hasn't quite got that kill. He gets it at the very end, nearly has to pop the whole mag for it. But in the end, it's still Huso winning out that gunfight, winning out that round.
Winning out that round for his team and making it look so easy in the process. 4 kills to his name, the majority of which just came out last round. 7-1 now in favor of Nyx as they try to close the series out as quickly as possible and move on into the semi-finals, which I believe is right after this particular game.
Yeah, semifinals coming up after this one, which also is a best of one, I believe. So we've got best of ones until our grand finals, which is a BO3. So strap in because we've got even more Valorant coming up. But Asteri 7, well, if they keep up on this pace, they might not have too many more rounds to play left in this game. However, I will say, though, we did see a similar game on Ascent just last match that we watched. It was a dominant game for one team in the first half, followed up by just as dominant a half from the other side that ended up getting to 10-10 after it was at 8-1 at one point. Although the thing about that was, though, those two teams were exchanging a lot of rounds on their attacking side, not winning as many on defense. We've seen such a good defense here from Nyx, and maybe they'll have a good attack as well. Or maybe we've got a good defense coming up from A7, and they've got a good attack here, as Hulu forced off that angle early.
He'll go back into the B site where he needs to play close. He's gonna go back into the boathouse, and we've already seen what these guys can do in boathouse. They can hold down the entire site, not letting anybody push through. But as of right now, we see Asteri 7 trying to make their way towards B. Now, still sticking around at mid. They've now decided to go for A site, and I'm not sure whether that's the wisest of the decisions, because you're already aware of the kind of positions that have been taken up by people over at B. And when you don't know positions of your enemies, this is exactly what's gonna happen, and that is exactly what we've been shown. Hydro will be going down at the end, and Jay, even though if he gets the plant, a 1v3 situation does seem highly unlikely. And just like that, another round win coming in for the defensive roster.
Yeah, just a really good job at the end of that round there. So they're taking their time, letting us listen to this nice little dubstep. But yeah, and I mean, I mentioned before, it was 8-1 at one point in that last game. We saw a big comeback, so never count out Asteri 7. But for the time being, they do not look to be on their best game, at least for the time. Yeah, like just, and it's hard to say. You don't want to ever say that about a team, but it's hard to say, looking at the scoreboard, looking at the individual players how they've been playing so far. We haven't really seen anyone playing to the level that I'm sure they can play to, because you don't make it to this round. You don't make it to these quarterfinals without being high-quality Valorant players. And, well, it stinks because maybe it's Nyx just playing so well. Who knows? They definitely look to be playing really, really high quality at the moment. I really like what I'm seeing so far from Nyx.
The pressure is mine as well, as we see Asteri 7 still once again trying to push into a site. They are not able to bring up some different plans into their gameplay, as we see the push now finally working in their favor. Huso is in a really good spot. All comes down to how he deals with this situation. The slow obviously keep on coming in, trying to get that first kill in his favor, but nothing as of right now, as we see Data Killer getting the first to his name, taken off by Soapy. Soapy, this brings down the entire competition as he takes down the last two people on Asteri 7, taking the count all the way up to 9.
Yeah, they've got all the way up to a 9th round, and continuing to build that momentum, continuing to be the dominant side in this game. It's been since round number 3, since I forgot where I was going with that sentence. Like, I forgot, like, you say the word at one point and then you're going to use it later. I don't know, forget it. We haven't seen a round for the defender, or for the attackers, since round number 3. That was courtesy of a spike going off. And, well, since then, we've seen a couple plants. Asteri 7, they've been getting into sites, but the post plants have just been dominated. It feels like they're not necessarily taking enough control, or they're not using the control that they have to the fullest of its advantage. They're just kind of sitting there. Nobody's going for peaks. Nobody's getting aggressive. And of course, you shouldn't have everybody swing and everyone get aggressive at the same time, but you need a couple people to be that first contact so your other players can play those trades. You can't just have everybody sitting in the same spot, because it feels like we'll just watch as Soapy and company, who's been playing so well this game, will just walk up and catch Asteri 7 in bad positions. In this case, though, it's Flop catching a bad spot and getting that kill. 1 kill for A7, but also 1 kill for Nyx, so we're at a 4 versus 4, and Soapy looks to make it a 3v4.
Wolrise might be looking to get a kill here. It's gonna be Joey getting a piece of KC there in the corner. Now once again in a 3v4 situation, Jet with no health through her name is gonna be getting prowled upon as Huso rather, trying to get that health down all the way to
One
a
enemy
single
remaining.
digit. Gonna be doing exactly that in a 1v3 spot. Jay has confirmed his presence. Even so, gets Soapy with that deagle down to a 1v3
30
now.
seconds left.
This
Plant the
could
spike.
go either ways.
It could. You know which way it's more likely to go, and it's the way we've seen so many of these rounds prior go. And it doesn't look good for Jay in the 1v3, but trying to throw off the position a little bit, moving up all the way towards Heaven. Good timing on that peek, but really bad timing on the shots. And now giving away that position means Joey can just hop on the defuse. Cage means it could be a drop for Jay, but not going to get much further because Huso's got the other side on lockdown. And either way, whatever the Cypher tried to do in that
Last round
situation,
before the
it was
switch.
going to be no dice regardless, and Jay just has to sit back and watch as it's 10th now. Double digits for Nyx, and A7 have only gotten one.
2 more rounds away to victory. Nyx ever so close to taking that title of winners semi-finalist home with 10 seconds on the countdown. Hydro, Soapy, and Joey, all 3 of these players on double digits. The only 3 players in the entire lobby with double-digit kills, making it work in their favor. We head on into the 12th round here, and the split finally, after such a long time, comes in.
Yeah, so the we're actually seeing it. Yeah, it shouldn't be as heavily emphasized the fact they're sending people to different sites, but it feels like we've been seeing a lot of presence towards one site with less towards the other. But now we're seeing 3 towards B with the spike and 2 towards A, but it looks like it's actually just turning into a B push after all. The A presence didn't really find much early. They just got walled off by the Sage, so they don't really want to push that anymore. But maybe World Rise shouldn't have pushed much further. Got taken down in that situation. And now, out goes the 0 point as well. Going to detect 3 moving towards B. And this is an issue here for A7 because
Face your
you're at a
fear!
disadvantage. They know where you're pushing in. The best you can do is pop your Fatal T and run straight through. The Flashpoint not going to find much either. And Flop trying to move into the back of the site, but Hulu shuts that down. Like he is presumably about to shut down this push straight in, but Soapy almost
30
gets caught.
seconds left.
Could still be a push though, good for A7, but it's looking rough.
Oh, it's very rough. It's looking quite
yeah.
rough for Asteri 7 as what we expected
Switching
did
sides.
happen. They were not able to get that pressure in, and even if they made it all the way into the site, Hulu was waiting in there with the operator. So I'm not sure how that could have gone anywhere else except for it being a victory for Nyx. And once again, now they're 2 rounds away from a victory, from that spot in the winner semi-final position. Happiness. How are you feeling about this roster?
Oh, you gotta be feeling good after 11 rounds consecutive. I know last time we were talking about how last game it was, oh, you can't count anybody out. We had such a good comeback from one side, but I mean here 11-1. If you take this pistol, if you're Nyx, it's just about done. And already A7 getting aggressive, but already it's not off to a good start.
We did have a side switch up until now, and I mean, I was still very much busy looking at Nyx's phenomenal plays that I completely missed that there has been a side switch. But let's see how they take this win here. The pistol round is important if they don't want to drag this out to further rounds like we saw last game. But as of right now, they have gotten possession. They have gotten the side possession, have the spike planted. You see Cypher trying to break that wall down, but 40 seconds, not a lot of time. Time is ticking down, and once again, Joey will be getting that kill over Flop, trying to get more. And there we see some trades coming in, a 3v4 situation. You gotta get this working in your favor, and Hulu and Chill just makes sure that their name is going into the next round of the lower brackets with 1 round away. It has to be a miracle for them if they want to make this comeback.
Yeah, it really needs to be a miracle. I don't think you can say many comebacks have been made out of situations where you have as many rounds as they need to win the game as a whole. It's a 12-1 scoreline, 1 round off of winning are Nyx and 1 round in the whole game. has been found for A7. And you don't want to emphasize the fact that it's been a rough game for A7, but there's really no other way to talk about it. They've definitely had a good run through this tournament beforehand. And again, want to reiterate that they had to beat a couple of teams to get here. So by no means are they slouches. So just want to make sure everybody knows for a fact that these guys are high quality, but at least for the time being, Knicks are the better squad on this day, on this map, and they're going to get the A site for free. It's only a matter of time, it would seem, until they get into the next round.
Only a matter of time as it's a 5v4 situation now, and I mean, there's not much to cast in this particular round as we see absolute domination coming in from the boys in red, with Joey getting another one, a 5v3 situation. I'm not sure whether there is something else that Asteroid 7 could pull out of their pockets to get this round win. And that is gonna be it. Flawless victory coming in from Knicks. Hats off to, well, our observer, Lance. I did say they were pretty good at this game at the start.
Yeah, good
And,
coach. He's a good coach.
definitely is. And would you look at that, 15-8-8 in favor of Hydro, Hoodoo, and Joey. Such a strong team.
Oh yeah, they had such a good showing there. The flawless round to cap off what was nearly a flawless map, 13-1. It wasn't for lack of trying. We saw a couple moments of promise, a few flashes in the pan that was Asteri 7's game, but at the end of the day, you can't possibly come out of a game like that and still be happy if you're A7. Like, at least content with the way you played. Maybe they've accepted their defeat earlier on and they aren't too down in terms of their morale. Maybe they all like, you know what, it was a good try, we'll get him next time. But yeah, situation like that, it's just a rough spot. And there isn't even really much analysis that can go into a 13-1 because you just kind of got outclassed across the board. And there wasn't really much to talk about at all positively for A7, which is a shame because I keep mentioning they beat two teams to get here. We know that they can play solid Valorant, so it's a shame that we didn't get to see it here today.
Definitely, it was a shame. However, what wasn't a shame was Nyx's absolute domination of a performance coming in. But as of right now, that is gonna be it for round number 3. We move on into round number 4, which is the winners, which is the semifinals. It's a single elimination, so no winners or losers semifinals. Straight up semifinals. We'll be back with that in a matter of few minutes. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
see it all so well. Lie so you can take the power. Living on your carousel was all it took to get me out. I wanna be picking all the roads around down for me. The energy, keep it building, moving just how I need. I know what you came for.
Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone.
So I don't want to freak you out, but I can see inside your room from the street. Get some blinds and call me back. Or just come outside because I'm here right now. Alright.
Nightfall, slow motion, and I shouldn't be here. I know. How about we don't think for once? Just move with me. How about we just say what we want on the count of three? I'm outside. And I don't wanna scare you. I think you should know.
If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, I think I should better run, because that's the end before it began. If you wanna save me, that's the better. If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, I think I should better run, because that's the end before it began. If you wanna save
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
Show me the stars. Show me the stars.
Get it poppin', put it. Get it poppin', put it. To another flow. Get it poppin', put it. To another flow. Get it poppin', put it. To another flow.
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
Show me the stars. Show me the stars.
Get it poppin', put it. Get it poppin', put it. To another flow. Get it poppin', put it. To another flow. Get it poppin', put it. To another flow.
When their silence is loud and the demons are ground, will you drown it out, or will you hear your voice against the silent night? What's it take to be
And we are back with round number 4, the semi-finals. Here with me in the casting booth, still happiness, very happy about moving into the winner semi-finals. It's gonna be Sidestorm Gaming versus Goblin Tribe. Goblin Tribe, the same team that we saw earlier in this tournament. It's gonna be very fun watching this team again. Happiness, what do you think about this matchup?
Oh well, I mean, we already know that the goblins. The goblins. They're quite the talented bunch. Quite the scoundrels, if you will. They're definitely here, and they're here to win. We already seen them do it before, and well, that's all right. Run me through the goblin comp here because I am not familiar with this as a composition.
Right, so we have the combination of Brim and Breach in the very same team. You smoke them off, you block their line of sight, you concuss them, you push through the smoke, and you make sure you get those kills. That's why they have the Sky to be able to push through that smoke. Killjoy in the defensive positions over in Haven is a pretty good addition because sometimes people like to play 2 people at C site, 1 people in garage, and two more people over at A site. So B site sometimes is left open, as we saw earlier in this tournament, where one of these times the B side was left completely open for the offensive side to just run through. So it's a pretty interesting team roster that they have made here, and I'm excited to see what they bring to this table.
Yeah, and I noticed it because obviously I'm familiar with Omen, Sova, Jet, Chamber. We see a lot of them pretty frequently. The Rain is also a bit of an interesting choice, but it's just a very as always, a very hard. It's just really hard to kill a Reyna. I know that from the experience playing the game. That's all the analysis it really needs. You heal back up. You send yourself away after getting those kills. It's so hard to play against. But the Neon is just so fun to watch, and we're gonna watch Giselle run straight into that C site, takes it over, and already a plant from Joe. Retake hasn't started off well as Ackerman goes down first. It's looking real good for the Goblin Tribe.
Looking real good indeed, as the smokes have come through, and passing through these smokes is, like I said, one of the hardest things that you have to do. But as of right now, everybody has left the site. Okay, that is pretty weird, but the bomb plant is pretty good. Can they stop the smokes though? Yes, they can. Omen goes down, followed up by Chamber. 556 will be getting 1 kill. However, the team has just absolutely annihilated the competition.
Oh yeah, from the start of the round, it looked like that was good, and then at the very end, that close was just so clean. That post plan could not have been any better, including 3 from Furry God on that Sky, and it seems once again, of all the names we could have to say a lot, it's Furry God 999, who continues to appear in the kill feed. Had a fantastic game. Last time around, we were on board with Goblin Tribe. Not the last game we watched, but the game before. And, well, now set to have another good one so far. Already starting with 3, and Giselle going to start off this round with another quick push into C. The Neon finding early kills, except this time it's the first kill to the defenders. Sidestorm putting up a good fight, but not for too long. Furry does trade well. Spike plant for Goblin Tribe, 4 versus 4.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that is going really well for Furry God. Actually pops off for 4. 3 quick ones at the very end as well. And what a play that was. And already on 7 kills now is the Goblin Tribe, not giving much ground at all to the defenders. Sidestorm will need to find a way to work around this.
I was muted?
Because it's just... Yeah, I was going to say, I handed it over and I was like, wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Yeah, you're back now. We're all good later.
Yep, we're good. 7-0. Look at Furry God go with the 4 kills once again. And like you said, it's just true. We have to make sure that is the name that we get for most of the times. And well, he's been playing just so good. If only his naming convention was a little more, just a little better.
Traditional. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good way to put it. But see here, Giselle going again quickly. This time it's the Neon on the entry herself. Able to get one quick one. Misses a couple of shots on the last one, though, and has to pull out the Frenzy. But the gameplay's just so quick already to able to get back like nothing ever happened. Ogre pushing into Garage. Lands the first couple of shots and then hits the next one, the last one. Through the wall, ice her down, and now Ackerman going down to Ogre, all the same. One player left alive on this defending side. It's 5-5-6. Able to get the first one, but Furry God does trade pretty well. Even the teabag for a little bit of disrespect, as it's been 3 quick A pushes and nothing on the defensive side to deal with it.
Sidestorm Gaming absolutely blown away by the impact Goblin has been putting up over at C's side for the last 3 rounds in a row. Moving on to the 4th one, they finally got some guns to work with. Not that they didn't have it last time. They actually did have it last time. Now half by coming in for Sidestorm Gaming, and if this continues, we might see a reminiscent of what we saw of Goblin doing against X13. As we see Giselle pushing in with the Neon, we know what she's capable, we know what they're capable of here, as they got full side control, just pushing all the way through. It's like they own the place.
Oh yeah, they're just establishing all the dominance
planted.
immediately, and it's going so well off the start. Furry God again able to double it up, and another from Giselle though. I love
enemy
Giselle
remaining.
taken down by 5-5-6, but Giselle's life will not go untraded as Joe able to get that next kill. Picer has a lot to do in the post plant. It starts with that first kill with that head-onser, but well, it's also going to end with that first kill as well. Doesn't get anywhere once Joe catches him in the crosshairs. That's a quick kill, and that's another round.
Another round in favor of Goblin, and Sai are struggling to find an answer to the questions. If they even find the answer to the question, I'm pretty sure Goblin Esports will end up changing the question. That's just how this team has been playing so far. 10-0 on the scoreboard with Furry God, and he looks to just make it even better from here on out as we move on into the 5th round of this game.
Continuing to move forward and continuing to see fair fights on both sides. It's just so much better for Goblin Tribe. And again, they can go fast with it again, able to get that spike plant down, but this time the Hunter's Fury will shut down Giselle. Ogre's been taken down too. Joe still is alive, able to find that first kill, but we're into the post play. Ackerman putting in a good fight. Dark cover out as well. This should just be a defuse. It looks like we're going to have enough time. It's Ackerman just going to try and hold up the pushes up. Joe goes down. Yukine does trade, but they know exactly where he is. It's just in a corner. Does line up 2 actually. But Picer is able to get that next one. We're not actually able to line up 2. Only gets the 1 kill. 5-5-6 and Picer still alive at the end. And they get that first round win.
First round win, very crucial after 4 rounds of losses in a row. The Hunter's Fury is going to be making sure Giselle goes down after such a dominant, speedy fashion of gameplay this entire time. But now we finally see something coming out of, I believe the team name is Sidestorm Gaming. Yes. And moving on to the 5th round. What do you think? What do you think they changed up, and how do you think they're gonna continue it moving forward?
Well, I mean, it was a very different sight. We've seen A and C so far, and I know that from what I've seen, B seems to be a little easier to retake because of the different angles, a little harder to hold, especially once that dark cover came in. And it's sort of just that use of the aggression, the same aggression that's been used so well for the attackers of Goblin Tribe, used against them by Sidestorm to get back into that objective, and utilizing the angles on B well to the fullest of their effect was able to get them that retake. But in this situation, it's another A spike plant with a lot of control over the site for Goblin Tribe, so I don't see this going really as well for Sidestorm, but 5-5-6 starts it off well. Hopefully it continues to go their way, and they might be able to pull it a second.
Yeah, they're trying to do exactly that. The counter attack coming in from Sai Gaming has been pretty well, and would you look at that, only 1 player going down with the spike now being diffused in Sai Gaming. What did they switch up? Sidestorm have this in the bag now. For the past 2 rounds, it's been, even after the KJ ult, I thought they'd have more control, but no. The retakes have been phenomenal.
They really have. They've just been so unstoppable in these retake situations. And maybe you could say they popped the KJ out a little too early, like they already had the whole site and they didn't need to worry much about it. But regardless, the KJ ult drops and you really need to put up much more of a fight than that on the objective. It really didn't feel like much of a contest at all. And well, Goblin Tribe just went down. was as simple as that. Now they're at the economic disadvantage as well, as we've already seen 6 rounds and how long it would take us to see 3 or 4 in a normal game. And Giselle trying to make sure this one goes quick as well into the fast lane, going straight through. Ultimate popped as well, but not going to need that for the time being. But they're just going to try and get the plant down. And it actually has gotten down successfully for Furry God. Something Long able to get the first one, but Furry God trades back, and it's a solid position for Goblin Tribe.
Solid position indeed. They have been playing the retakes every single time, and it's been working out perfectly well for them. Would you look at that, coming in from 556 and Squishy. Squishy does get finally traded out, but 556 taking it down to a 2v1 situation and gets that molly broken. There is nothing that Ogre can do here except to save, which he's looking to do, which he isn't looking to do. It's that's not what he's gonna do. 556, 3 kills to his name. I'm not sure what Ogre was doing there. I guess saving Stinger wasn't what came to his mind when he was looking to get that save going in his favor. But then again, they have finally taken the lead after such a long time. No, actually, they haven't taken the lead. They're down to only 1 round deficit.
And they're close. They're definitely closing in on a lead. And with the way that we've seen these unsuccessful rounds in the past few, it might just be time to slow things down for the Goblin Tribe. Either that, or maybe it's just time to go back to C? I don't know. It seems that the latter is the plan they're going to enact in this round, and it's gone well off the start. Giselle is able to get one real quick. Ackerman down. Now Something Wong still fighting inside the site, but instead it's Squishy and Peiser who do a good job. Something Wong steps up as well, and now it's just down to Ogre swinging into the angle. Doesn't stand a shadow of a chance at winning that one. 3 in that round for PYCR. And it's a 4-4, like you mentioned. They've come back, now they have, and it's all the way there. A great job in that previous round.
And this is not the first time we see Goblin Esports losing multiple times in losing multiple rounds in a row. We saw something similar coming in when they faced up against X13. We're seeing the exact same thing. Now it all comes down to how Goblin replies to this absolute defensive stronghold that has been put up by Sidestorm Gaming here at every single site. You know, they allow them to enter in, but now they look at that. They're finally slowed down the pace of this game. They're slowing it down, and Ackerman, however, has something else in mind because he has pushed all the way through, looking for that first kill, but Yukine will be finding him on that flank. As Squishy and Something Wong get 2 kills in a row over at A side, shutting it down completely, and they have to rethink their strategy as Furry God does get 1 over at C. So C side does seem like to be the only option that these guys have here in this round number 9.
C-site it is, and well, C-site it is not any longer. Furry God goes down just outside the garage, and now looks like it's time to rotate, at least for the remaining members of Goblin Tribe. They don't really like the situation they're getting put in if they try and go towards C, but actually C seems to be a pretty good spot for them to go, is now B and soon to be A. Going to be occupied by defenders. Something on top with this box and just going to get all the kills on the players coming out of window. Well, not all the kills. Peiser does get 1 from the side, but dies all the same. Ogre did not really have much to say at the very end there, and that's another round. It started with 4 for Goblin Tribe, but it seems their randomness that we know they have. It's got a lot of randomness on this side. And it seems the randomness is starting to wear off. The impact and the effect of it isn't really as strong as it was at the start. And now they're going to have to call a timeout and talk things over.
I mean, that is legit. That is exactly what they need to do here. This is what they did last game when they faced up against X13. The timeout was crucial, and this minute is going to be crucial for them to understand and reevaluate how they're going to be playing against Sidestorm Gaming, because Sidestorm Gaming has been playing an absolute of. I mean, look at that. Let's look at this right now. We have 4 people over at A site, and we see 3 of the players moving slightly towards A. So we can tell that these guys have Goblin's number, at least in what's going on inside their heads. And if they continue to do so, well, I mean, I feel like Sidestorm Gaming might be taking this all the way through.
Oh, they look so good so far, and it's just so they look really good, just with the whole consistency that they've got so far, and just like you mentioned, it's as though they know what's coming. Why are you stacking 4 players on the A site against a team like this? Well, it's because you know that they're going to get aggressive towards A site at at A site, not as in the A site, but as like A as in just the the letter, like the word. But the emphasis messed it up a bit there. But you know they're going to get aggressive towards one of the sites. Just put a lot of people on one. Use every indication you have. You've got something Wong out aggressive to try and make sure that if it's a push towards A, the Jet will be able to call it out to his teammates first. But in fact, it isn't. It looks like they're rotating C with this into the Omen, into the chamber. Ogre holding the top of middle, might even try and push in as well, but that's not going to be the impact spot. Maybe use it as flank, but it's out C long.
The reason for that flashbang earlier over at pit was to make sure who has pushed up either from A long or A short. And as soon as they found out that somebody is pushed in, they decided to go for the exact opposite direction, and it's working out perfectly well in their favor almost up till now, as Ogre will be getting another one here. Down to Ackerman in a 1v2 situation, will be going down to Ogre once again in a 5v1, and Ogre will be picking up the pieces of that defense one by one, ripping each and every person apart. And finally, Goblins, after the timeout, have been able to take a round back.
They desperately needed that one. In this situation, with how it's been going, you can't let them get 6 in a row, or else it really doesn't look good for you. Although this has been close, as much as it has been both teams being extremely streaky. It's still been a close half. We're at 5-5, and both teams now have the economy to buy up in this one, and also probably the next one, all things considered, because there's only really one player across the whole lobby that has like seriously low on funds. So assuming we'll see 2 very good gun rounds in a row to end off the half, especially because I don't know if this is the final round, but Ackerman is trying to end this round quickly. It's a couple of kills right off the bat. 5-5-6 and something. Wong do a good job in support, but now it's just Yukine. Might have a chance in this clutch, but 5-5-6 catches them in the corner with the shock dart. Not enough to kill though. Yukine, might be able to make it a 1 versus 1, but he can't isolate the first 1 versus 1 properly. And 5-5-6 wins that out, wins the round for the defensive side, and Sidestorm, they're back on track.
5-5-6 with amazing strafing with the Phantom there. Did realize that he was low, was just waiting for the RNG to get to Yukine, and that is exactly what happened. Yukine going down in the 1v2 situation. The last round now of this first half, we have to see what they're gonna bring to this table, which site they're gonna be taking. Looks like they're gonna be going for one last desperate attempt over at C. Otherwise, they're looking to take this into a 6-6 fashion to the second half.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's a good start going to be necessary for both these teams to actually get ahead of the other, because this is such a close half. But this is actually a very good conclusion to the half for Sidestorm, and Pfizer just ends it off nice and clean. Actually, it was something wrong with that last kill. Pfizer looked like he was on track for that kill, regardless of who actually got it though. Kill goes to Sidestorm, round goes to Sidestorm. Now we'll switch sides and see, will the attack be as profitable, as successful as, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this looks like a very good attacking composition for this offensive team. In particular, that Neon stands out as very useful on attack, but also Breach and Sky very good on that attack as well. So I wonder if it'll hold up for defense too. You have any intel on that, Blader?
So Brim and Breach can still be pretty good over at defense. You know, you gotta get those counter smokes in as soon as you have to retake the sites, and the concussions coming in from Breach and the flashes have to be perfect in order to take back sites. And it's not even Breach who's on the flash. We have Breach and Sky. So the combination, if used correctly, can be wonderful. And of course, we have KJ now finally working on defense. That's where she shines. You know what she can do there. As we see something Wong completely dominating the oppression here over at B side. They have full control now as Something Wong gets 2 more to his name. Down in a 4v2 situation. Make it 3 Something Wong. He definitely has something for the opposite team. Which, well, I mean, 3 kills to his name. He just pushes, and he was like Giselle over again, pushing in, using that dash rate advantage, getting those smokes in, getting those early kills to make sure that his team is going to be steamrolling through this entire site as well as the round.
Yeah, and I really, that previous round, at least the strategies on the side of the Goblin tribe fit in very well with the way you described the way this competition works on defense. KJ shines on defense, obviously mentioned that. There was a lot of, Sky and Breach. Those flashbangs are so good in retakes. Breach concussions are so good in retakes. The Brim smokes are so good in retakes. Overall, it just gives me vibes of let's just let them have the site. We'll try and just play attack all over again, this time on defense. Of course, that Neon getting aggressive going to be useful as well, but Ackerman will shut her down and also shut down Furry God on the Sky as well. So, 3 versus 5. Ogre close enough to try and go for this, but has been recon recon bolted. And thanks to that owl drone, gets shut down quickly. It's a 2 versus 5, actually 2 versus 4. So Joe, be able to shut down the one, but it's likely only going to be that one. The repeat, not a very good idea. It's just Yukine, 1v4, trying to get that first kill. Does actually manage a dink, but it's Ackerman. The highlight of that round starts it off with 2, closes it out with a 1 at the very end.
The aggression showed by Ackerman rather in this particular round did turn out to be the turning point. He was able to, they never have pushed through the smoke up until now, and changing it up here was what was necessary to get that round of victory. 9-5 now in favor of, I believe, Sidestorm Gaming is the name. Man, I can't remember this name correctly every single time, but 9-5 in their favor. They're looking to take it to 10. Gonna be trying their luck over at A side now. We see Giselle pushing all the way through. From A shot does get one. Suppressions come in. Will be looking to get the second one. Never mind, he doesn't. He had the kill. He almost had the opportunity to get Omen there, but Reyna Ackerman does well to get one.
Oh my.
Joe, oh my god. All right, Breach and Brim, the combination is turning deadly here. It's down to a 4v1, 4v0 now. Domination coming in the entire way for Goblin Tribe.
That was not a real round. That was something else. I mean, it felt like everything everywhere all at once was the only way you could describe trying to defend that A site. As it was just, you had the jet dashing behind you. You've also got someone in front of you you're trying to kill. And then, by the way, somebody also came out along. There was the Reyna over there, so watch out for Ackerman too. That's going to be important, but everyone still dealt with all the same, and 9-6 now, only the advantage. As Sidestorm had a good chance at winning this one out, but they want to go back to A. They want to do this all over again. And Giselle actually looks like they're just going to forfeit the site and try and play for this retake as something wrong. Gonna head in, and yeah, they'll get this spike plant down. Not gonna get too much more aggressive either, just waiting for this retake. Our Goblin Tribe, and they want to get it going soon.
Oh, Squishy will be going down to Bridges. Molly, Giselle getting another one. Furry God, Yukine closing this game out, and what a retake this has been so far. 2 rounds in a row, 2 attempts over at A side, shut down in different ways. Once you were not even allowed to plant, and the second time you were just reeled in and then dominated throughout the rest of the retake. 9-7 in favor of Goblin Esports. The momentum, however, slowly shifting towards Goblin, rather. The rounds, well, in lead for Sidestorm Gaming.
Yeah, and it's easy to get them confused because of how consistently close this game has been all the way through. And also, the round lead at this point, the round lead and the winning more of the previous rounds can kind of be interchangeable because they're so close to one another, and because that momentum has been shown to be incredibly important. You take one round, you're likely to take 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 more consecutively. We've even seen that get as high as 5, as both of these teams very comfortable once they get a round win. Once they give one back over, it takes them a while to get back on their feet, as we start this round off in a 4 versus 4, but actually not too much action early.
Tried to throw it down. Furry God. Oh no, that is not what you want to see coming in from the man with the most mechanical aim there is. Down to a 1v2 situation now. We're still too focused on Furry God with 5-5-6. Spike in hand, sights fully open, and it is a combination of Brim and Breach. This should be easy going unless, well, he manages to go into the right positions and get the reads that he needs. But if, once again, Joe is going to be the first one to push through, followed up with Yukine as well, they both can easily line up here. It all comes down to the timing. There's one looking for the second one, but then again, the 11 HP will bite him back, and Yukine will be making sure they take it to 8th round victory. 9-8 in favor still of Sidestorm Gaming, but we see Goblin Tribe slowly catching on.
Yeah, Goblin Tribe are making quite a good run at things for the moment. They've got 3 in a row. And I really like the way that we've been seeing them play. Uncharacteristically slow at times, but definitely still much more aggressive than 95% of the other competitive Valorant matches you'll watch. Definitely our fastest game of the day so far, or rather of the night is more appropriate, because closing in on the end of the evening and the beginning of the early morning, at least for my fellow Easterners out there, as in Eastern time zoners, not Eastern terms of the world, but regardless. 9-8, still not an advantage to Goblin Tribe, but they only need one more.
Oh, no,
messed
no.
up dash from Jet. That's tragic. And Giselle gets 2 off the back of it. Another one there for Joe.
Last player
And it's just
standing.
such an unfortunate round. Tried to run the dash into the smoke, but something one got blocked by Hackerman, and then it ended up being the downfall of them both. At 5-5-6, not much left to do in the round, and it's only going to be 1 extra kill before Ogre will put him to bed. Defenders take another one, and that one not even really off the back of their own volition, mostly just on the back of the unlucky positioning from Ackerman, and from there they just waterfalled it.
Well, I have to say, Sidestorm Gaming have been looking a little flat in terms of the strategies they have been coming up with every single time. It's either slowing down the pace or quickening up the pace. We still, however, see dedication towards a single site. They have not switched it up in terms of splitting it, maybe going for flanks. It's just been one simple dedication towards site. Maybe that's what they need to switch this up, but as of right now, I don't believe that's coming this round. Furry God has made the calls. Everybody has been rotating. The 4 players are already present at a side with something wrong. Now in the judge, I'm not sure how useful that would be at far further locations. He does decide to get up close and personal. But how far can he go? He can go quite far.
One enemy remaining.
He can go
3.
quite far.
What a play from Something Wong. Wants to close it out with the last one though, but Ogre not going to let that happen. Almost makes it work with a spray. But another round finally as Squishy lives on 2 HP. Squishy P is going to be happy with that one. Has the least kills of anyone in the lobby, but has found the kills when it matters most. Gets that one at the very end, locks in that round, and keeps the advantage for Sidestorm Gaming as Goblin Tribe are going to have some time to talk things over thanks to the timeout actually called by Sidestorm, but maybe that one was a little too close for comfort after the last 4 rounds before it. They all lost every single one of them, so they want a little time to talk over what the strat's going to be, because strats don't seem to be too reliable for the time being.
And this is what I love about this game. That entire round was so well planned out for the entire roster of Goblin Tribe. But then again, at the end, the shotgun coming in from Something Wrong, that one decision of going up close and personal is all it took to bring down 3. Even then, Yukine did so well to take us down to a 1v1, putting the last man down to 2 health before going down against him. And this is just what the beauty of this game is. You cannot plan out everything. You have to leave something up to luck and fate. But it's just that aspect of the game, right? Skill plus with a dash of luck that is required for you to take a round's win. But as of right now, we are back with the timeout being over. Goblin Esports down 1 round against Sidestorm Gaming, as we see a split finally coming in from this team.
I like Goblin Esports. I think that should be the biggest org is Goblin Esports. I like
It's Goblin Tribe,
regardless.
isn't it?
No, yeah, it is. But honestly, Goblin Esports is more fun. I like that idea. It's just very serious, but also very fun at the same time. Oh, you're not supposed to win that fight, Squishy. How do you get that kill? Got concussed, but still got the kill. And not to mention another one from Something Wong.
Oh, wow.
Although Squishy was traded out, Something Wong is just on a tear. And it's Ackerman holding off the garage for the time being, as it's just not really working out here. After that timeout, everything working so well for Sidestorm, and it's not really a round that the Goblin Tribe were meant to be in. And, well, they weren't really in that at any point other than that first couple of kills. They got one of the first 2 kills, but the next 4 all went against them, and that's incredibly clean for Sidestorm. 11-9 advantage now, and now we need to rely on Goblin Tribe to get back on their best game because that last round was lagging from them.
Definitely was. They were too focused on B and C that they never let enough of their players handle C side. And once again, if it's working, you gotta continue working on that one. As we see another push coming in towards C side, it's probably gonna be a hard push, and two flanks might be coming in from Sky. All right, just Sky, not Neon, but we see Ackerman already pushing through the flash, working in his favor all the way to Mirage now. Can catch so many players off guard here, but Joe sees him coming, hears him out, and that is just perfect for letting the flank go down. 11-9. Spike is already down in a 4v5 situation. How are they gonna make this comeback? All right, we see Giselle taking two, looking for the third and the fourth. Can he get it? Can he get? Yes, he can. Gets the third, and Furry God rather almost putting us down into 11-10 scoreline, which he does now. And what a showing this has been from Goblin Tribe. And you know what? Goblin Esports.
We're making it the org. I don't care. They may not be an org yet, but we're making the org after this stream. But yeah, whatever you want to call the Goblins, they're definitely looking great in that last round there. As we're closing in on 12-12 for the time being, and I feel like that would be a fitting way to end it, but I also feel like these two teams are like allergic to remaining within one round of one another. So I would be really surprised if we got to overtime, but also simultaneously not surprised in the slightest. So it's going to be interesting to see how these next two, maybe three, maybe more rounds go, as Squishy P able to start this round off well. There goes Giselle down early, and now it's going to be a matter of where on earth is this attack going to go. They're already into the C site. Ackerman getting a spike plant down, and it's a disadvantage for Goblin Tribe, so this could be match point being clinched here for Sidestorm game, or Sidestorm.
And I have to wonder, Giselle going up and trying to peek that angle was so unnecessary. This is the kind of playstyle that is the most risky when it comes to pushing in and trying to get some of these kills. But moving on in this round, we see it going down to a 2v1 situation. Squishy, Furry God, getting one, won't be getting the last one, and these games, these rounds cannot get more closer down to a 1v1 situation where Furry God was able to get traded off. And with that, 12-10 now in favor of Sidestorm Gaming, as they only need one more round to head on into the grand finals of the Tour de Force Valorant tournament.
Only one more needed for Sidestorm, but if there's one thing that's been difficult for these two teams, it's actually getting like a decent distance on the other team before they actually win some rounds on the other end. But Squishy P starts this round off well, and it's not going to get much better for Goblin Tribe. Down goes Furry God, and well, it doesn't really look like their tournament life will be lasting too much longer, as Something Longs tries to break in, does get taken down by Yukine. That was a curious decision. Oh wait, they're actually stuck in the corner. This is terrible, but never mind. From behind, it's Squishy P, bailing out his teammates, getting a kill as well. It was nearly perfect for Joe, but now it's Ackerman trying to look for a kill. It's chaos all over the map.
It definitely is. Here we see another KJ versus Reina taking place. KJ with the Odin, and he's going to be caught off guard with Ackerman getting it down to a 4v1 situation. And Goblin Tribe, well, they certainly had a really good run. It needs to be a miracle if Yukine wants to make a comeback here. It doesn't seem like it. He gets killed through the smoke, and what a poetic way to end this particular matchup. Goblin Tribe versus Sidestorm Gaming, and Sidestorm Gaming will be moving into the grand finals of the Dude X Agency Tour de Force Valorant tournaments.
Oh, they're going to be so hyped to get into those grand finals of this $500 tournament. So with each win you've taken until this point, it's just been more and more in your pockets if you can take the W. Now, you've made it to the big stage. It's going to be a best of three. Taking you on through that one's going to be Flater and a new caster, so stick around to see who that'll be. I'm going to be hopping off for the next game, but it's been a wonderful night of Valorant. I've had a wonderful time with all you guys. Thank you so much for hosting me on this one. But Flater, any thoughts on that last game we just saw? before we head to a break?
I have to say it was so close. Even it was just the last particular rounds that Sidestorm Esports was able to show domination in terms of rotations, in terms of accuracy, in terms of pushing into the sides, getting that control, in terms of shutting down the defense, shutting down the offense. That is what they were able to do throughout that matchup. But before we head onto the commercial break, I would like to thank Dude once again for sponsoring this tournament. Dude, as always, is a social network for gamers to connect with other gamers with an easy, simple method of gamer profile discovery and instant messaging for real-time engagement. Dude is developed by gamers for gamers to serve the purpose as the all-in-all multiple ultimate hub network for gamers. Head over to app.do.gg to learn more about Dude. But that was me and Here Happiness. We are gonna be back for more happiness. We'll be
Hey,
taking his leave
don't
here.
say we, don't say we. I'm not gonna be back,
We
but
as in latency.
yeah, everyone, the whole stream, we'll be back. Yeah.
Yes, happiness. We will be sure to see you around in more streams in the future. It was amazing casting with you. But uh, anything else you want to say before we sign off?
No, I mean, I'll definitely be tuning in for some of that grand final. It's going to be interesting. Already too invested in this tournament to just tune out like it never happened. Looking forward to seeing what happens in that grand final. It's going to be a fun couple of maps as well. But without further ado, we're going to hop into the break. It might be a little bit of a long one. We're going to wait on the results from the other semifinal that's going on, but it shouldn't be too long. And then before you know it, it'll be time for the grand final. So don't you dare go anywhere. This stream will be right back.
Acid.
Dropper.
Acid rocker. Acid rocker. Acid. 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 Acid rocker. Acid. 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 Acid rocker. Acid rocker. Acid. 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 Acid rocker. Acid. Acid. Acid rocker.
Been down the darkest road. Didn't think I could get out. Now I just walk on through. The ghosts are all around. Here and I can't be moved. I never look back. They start creeping in, but I'm leaving them in the past. Don't tell me that I'm dreaming. Don't tell me that I'm wrong. 'Cause I've heard it all before. And just look where I am now. We can break the cycle. Find our own way out. Was the light at the end of the tunnel? So I look at myself. The ghosts are all around. The ghosts are all around. Been down the darkest road. I know that it's true. So throw your dirt at me and make it look brand new. They all know my name. Not an easy shot. Turn these tears into gold. They shine like what I've lost. Don't tell me that I'm dreaming. Don't tell me that I'm wrong. 'Cause I've heard it all before. And just look at where I am now. We can break the cycle. Find my own way out. Was the light at the end of the tunnel? So I won't give up myself. Bodies in the alley, keep one hand on my money. I try to lose them in the dark. Colors bleed together, and I can't run any faster. It will end before it starts. And I'm not up against the wall. How can it be growing taller? I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning in a vision. Hands up as you fall. Don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall. Sitting fast. can do the same. Blood in the wind. Is this what we created? Where have we started? Did I lose my mind? I'm up against a wall on the edge. Seconds till I fall. I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning from within. Hands up as you fall. Don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall. Spinning faster. Hands up as you fall. Don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall. Spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the grand finals of Tour de Force Valorant $500 tournament. Here with me in the casting booth is Milo Chi. How are you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. Quick sub in for the caster slot. I know you guys haven't seen me all day, guys and gals watching out there. So hopefully I can bring something to the table, and hopefully we're gonna have a really nice, close, tight match here.
Definitely. So we have seen both of these teams earlier in this tournament. Nyx, once again, our observer tonight is gonna be the coach for the same team. And Sidestorm style gaming, we just saw them earlier facing up against, I believe the team name was Goblin Tribe, and they put on a really good show. But going into this grand finals, I'm not really sure who is gonna come out on top. This is gonna be a best of 3 game number 1 on Icebox. On the attacker side, we have Nyx, and while the defenders are gonna be Sidestorm Gaming.
Well, first map, Icebox. In my opinion, one of the most interesting picks. I know Icebox, a bit of a smaller, more compact map, so I'm expecting a lot of fast-paced play. I'm not really expecting, a slow push. I'm expecting, full-fledged force into this as we see Acker already going on to Jet, and we already have everyone's already locked up here. In my opinion, on the attacker side of Nyx, I prefer their set more than the defending side. I don't know what your opinion is on this, but I mean, if you look at the defending against the attacking, they're almost the exact same, but KO for Sova. Or actually, no, I'm wrong. They have KO and Sova. Okay, double initiator. So no duelist. What do you think about that?
I feel like not having a duelist here on this particular map is fine, because like you said, these are compact spaces. You don't need to rush in with the dashes, and let's just say running in with Neon. I believe it's gonna be fine. It shouldn't be a problem because you have KO. You'll be able to know who is present at what part of the map that you're pushing in. So I think it should work just fine.
I mean, a couple of main issues that you could run into as the attacking team with no duelist. I mean, entry, creating space, something that Jet can do very well, obviously, with that dash, even though it has been slightly nerfed in the past, couple months. But
right,
I think it's actually going to be more. I mean, it's got to be a slower take, don't you think? I mean,
oh, definitely.
We're definitely going to see it here first as Hydro able to swing up through, and Joey already pushing up, and ZMB says, nah, I'm out, as Joey already getting the recon drone, and Hulu and Chill able to find the first frag of the round here onto Acker. So that's your Jet down already. So now we're automatically in a 4v5 as, well, Huso and Hydro trying to make some room here as the Poison Orb able to block out some of the line of the attackers. So looks like we're at a bit of a stall as an Orb also comes out by Viper, but Soapy, I mean, kind of just lurking up through mid right now, waiting for his time to shine. As well, we're kind of a bit of a stall through B main as Viper's holding it down. And I mean, Soapy in a great position right now as 556 could be meeting as the flash comes out from Hydro. Able to tag one up, make that one down on ZMB, and I believe that's Picer is what I'm going to say, but Soap sitting up through Kitchen, able to find one, but not another. It's all down to a 1v4 for 556 as Hydro swinging up through, going to come up behind him, able to close out the round, making it 0-1 here on Icebox in favor of Nyx.
Well, he clearly done enough. So Soapy there in the corner at Kitchen, doing just enough to make sure that his team gets the domination that they needed to get control of B site. And like you said, we cannot see some very aggressive plays coming in from the attackers due to the lack of presence of a duelist. So this is what they'd go for, going for lurks, going for that flanking angles to get people caught off guard.
Well, moving into round number 2 here, 1-0 in favor of Nyx. The Soapy getting ready for possibly an orb lineup. Oh, it's just actually going to be towards mid of ZMB, trying to find a frag early, but Hulu and Chill and Huso able to shut 2 down, make that a second one for Hulu. So now it's already down to a 2v5 in the first 15 seconds. ZMB able to find one there on the Soapy. That's a Vandal down, but Hydro able to try and get the refrag, but picks up the Guardian, drops the Bulldog, and Joey able to trade out the frag there, making it a 1v3. ZMB all alone as, well, Nyx able to push up onto A site for free as Jelly trying to make something happen here on the flank. Still has 4 bullets in the Headhunter. I mean, almost an unwinnable situation in my opinion, but the spike is now planted as time ticks down. Not in favor of Jelly here. I'm just going to say that right now.
Teleport's ready.
Not much he can do here. He could go for exit frags. He could go for securing some weapons. But as the recon ball goes through, that is going to be more stalling for time. So yeah, definitely not taking this round win here. All he can do is maybe take down the weapon as Joey does spot him there in the corner. He's come close and that is only as far as he will get as Jelly will be going down to that Vandal. 2-round lead now for Nyx.
You know, not a bad save round. You know, you're able to take down 2 guns, so, you know, if you're looking at it from size perspective, it's not that bad of a save round. There could have been more damage done if everyone, I'm not gonna lie, 3 of them died in the, you know, the first 20 seconds of the round. But moving into round number 3, I hope to see something a little bit different, but it seems like we're going for the same B, mid, and one, you know, kind of lurking towards A. So Hydro getting ready to set up as Jelly pushing up through tube once again, as multiple members now of Nyx pushing up through B main, and well, Viper kind of just stalling out Jelly here as Soapy's just kind of watching the mid flank, but it's kind of quiet now. It's Huso, Hydro, and I believe that's Joey pushing up through B main at this time as Acker waiting for his time to shine behind Yellow, and Toxins are now going to come down for Viper. So now, once again, a bit of a slow push, but the KO knife able to come out. That's going to spot Acker as Huso trying to push up and make something happen here. A bit of an entry stage trying to find a frag, but Acker taking a lot of damage here from the Viper Molly is now, I mean, Nyx already has complete control of sight as they still have 2 lurkers, one on A and one through mid, is now Huso and Joey and Hydra all pushing up through sight, and well, they're actually just clearing. It's 556 waiting. Recon Bullet able to come out here. Hopefully going to be able to spot some of the members of Nyx. But, I mean, they have all sight, and now Picer able to find one there to Huso. So now it's all down to make that a 5v3. Jelly able to find one. Maybe they can come on top of this round. Hydro getting the spike down. Joey with a refrag. And now Picer also the second one this round. 556 the second one of this round as well. And 556 able to close it out, making it 1-2 here.
The very first mistake was to just push on all the way up until the yellow box there towards the CT spawn, and I'm not sure why they would do that. They could have just gotten the plant against the close to the yellow box and just play for time. Not sure what the plan was there, but it will not be working in their favor, whatever it was, as Sidestorm Gaming will be getting that first round victory.
You know, they had a complete control of sight. I don't understand why, you know, they didn't just wall and go for the plan, play for post plan. I mean, if you think about it, yeah, maybe they may have been down maybe a gun or 2, but, well, it's past that time now as we're now moving into round number 4. 1-2 in favor of Nyx here on Icebox. Quick little scoreboard check is 556 at the top, followed up by Picer, and for Nyx, it's going to be Joey and Hulu at the top. So let's see what's going to happen here. Is, well, oh, a little recon dart action as 556 gets ready. Here it comes over through mid. That's going to be towards B main as Soapy able to slow walk through mid here. Jelly going over top, and Soapy not hitting shots there into Acker. So I mean, that could have lost them the round, but now it's automatically a 5v4 as Jelly gets spotted there by the chamber trip, but 556 able to cover his back, and Hulu able to find a frag here, making it a 4v4. So now with a couple of the members down, we're now left in a 4v4. A bit of a stalemate at the moment while they try and regroup as they now are going back towards spawn. As well, the recon drone does miss, and now they're going to rotate through, and hopefully 556 could be walking into an absolute line of fire here as the trip is down, but 556 shock dart possibly. I don't know. Hulu able to find another frag this round, making it 3v4. Hulu already has sight. So all members of Nyx immediately rushing through a main is now Sage says, hey, let me get you here real quick as well. I believe the plan's going to go down and we're looking for a post plan opportunity.
An opportunity here, and like I said, there 556 to have the opportunity to spot all the players. They could have rotated a lot more early, probably would have gotten a bit of side control, but that was just not meant to be. As 556 gets shocked out once, looking for the second one, won't be getting shocked out twice as they have complete side control here. I want to see some trade-offs being done, but Joey does get 556 out of the way. Once again, now Jelly looking to find someone as soon as this wall goes down, but the time is ticking. Huso will be finding another one, down to the last man, and Jelly will be going down to Hydro.
Well, unfortunately, Hulu has been doing this every single round. You know, you figured they would think, okay, one's lurking A, you know, the possible rotate already onto A, but Hulu able to find 2 free frags there and pretty much win the round there for Nyx. So round number 5, 1-3 here on Icebox as the chamber chip's going to go through kitchen at this time. And, well, Viper lineups are going to be coming out through B because, in my opinion, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but the Viper wall on A is kind of tricky to place. I've seen it go through mid, but we're seeing a 4-stack on A coming out here from Sidestorm. Well, if you want to play Let's Play, as the Tour de France comes out there by Chamber. But now, as the Recon Dart is able to come out, but Picer able to scoop up and not get spotted, but Joey sees the feet of Picer. So there goes down your Viper, but Jelly able to get a refrag there onto the Lurker, which being Hulu, able to TP out. So Acker sitting up through mid right now, meeting a firing squad. It says, hey, 3 of you, 1 of me, I'm not taking that fight.
And they still dedicate themselves towards going towards A side. You know, you'd been spotted rotating. You might just want to go back to try to play with the enemy's mind, but that is not the case. They have a fully dedicated towards taking this attack over at A. We see Ackerman ready with that close angle. You know, so would be the first one pushing in, doesn't spot Ackerman. Ackerman gets the first one. Is going to be going right back down to a 3v3 situation. Make it 2, 556. Finds Soapy. Jelly looking for Joey rather has something else in mind, does get him down into a 1v2 now. Okay, that might have been very dangerous. Hydro only to 15 health. 556, a 1v3 situation, he just takes it home.
556 able to clutch it up there. I mean, that was I did not expect that coming out at all, but 556 said, hey casters, I'm gonna give you something to work with. Here's a clutch for you.
And I mean, what better to expect from him, especially when you're down 3 rounds. You just took the last round. You're looking to take the second one, and you did not let your teammate down. But going into, I believe this is gonna be the 6th round. 556 has been doing pretty well, getting that early reveals. He's looking to do the exact same thing here. Will spot nobody at B, and Squishy P might be in a little trouble here. He's down to 100 health, has been tagged once, will not be tagged the second time. Squishy, the headshot coming in over to Hydro. That is going to be very risky as Huso tries to revive him here, which he will. They have complete control of site now.
Well, welcome to Viper's world as Hulu able to find the frag there on the Squishy, and now the post plan coming out. Down to a 3v5, and well, as time ticks down, 556 with the recon drone, hopefully to come out and find some intel. But I mean, Soapy just chilling on top of the ropes right there. I mean, what a great Viper ult. I mean, it covers so much of the site as Picer swinging through on a flash. Hulu fighting his 3rd of the round, and now it's all down to a 5v2. It's not looking very good right now for Sai as well. Jelly missing the shots there with the operator, but Soapy trying to find a frag here, but 556 able to shut him down. So it's all down to a 4v2, but unfortunately this is unwinnable. But Jelly able to, capitalize on finding a frag down to Hulu, but Joey with a refrag, and it's all down to 556, able to take one out with them. as he runs through mid, and the round's going to go to Nyx here, making it 4-2 here on Icebox.
Even right now, 556 doing so much work, trying to get that economy down. But as of right now, the round, however, is not going to be going in his favor, all because of that Viper ult coming in clutch for Nyx. And going into round number 7, they might want to rethink how they're going to stop that offensive arsenal that has been presented by Nyx.
You know, I would like to see something switch up on the defending side. You know, they try to force stack on A, didn't work. You know, I mean, there's certain things, you know, you've got to take certain gambles. You know, maybe have 2 or 3 go up mid and try and make some mid presence. But enough on that as round number 7 starts up here as Jelly. Same thing he does every single round. As the trip comes through, and Soapy able to find the frag throw into Jelly. A nice little early frag there. So that's chamber utility down. And now it's down to a 4v5 as now Soapy and Huso able to push up through B main, and 556 and Squishy. Here's the mid presence that I was talking about. So now 3 members of Psy are trying to make something happen here. The Struck Dart comes up but not able to tag anybody. Is, oh, look at this, multiple members of Nyx. In fact, all the members are pushing up through A main right now, and they don't have a clue. A side is completely free right now as Squishy's like, hey, we have no one on A. This could be an issue.
Take flight.
As the drone comes out by Joey, and now 2 members of Sidestorm able to push up through A main, hopefully. They really need to take site control now, but it's a little bit too late as well, now all members of Nyx are pushing up through onto site, but the Hunter comes out from Sova, but Huso able to get out.
Oh, wow.
What in the world did I just watch? Huso with an amazing dodge there from the Sova ult, and Huso also able to get the plant down, and now we're in a 5v4 plant situation here, so Spike is now ticking down. As well, we're looking for refrags here, and unfortunately Hydra able to find one, but Acker able to find the refrag. Can he find another one? It is possible, but don't get in Viper's way, as now Sidestorm able to find another frag. So can they make something happen out of this? And Ackerman finding 3 this round. 2 more for the ace. Can he find the pick onto Hulu? No, he can't. Hulu shuts him down. And now it's all down to Picer, but unfortunately Hulu shutting him down, making it 4-3 here. No, Picer won the round. Wait a minute.
Yeah. He
I didn't even notice that.
Down.
Oh my, what in the world is going on?
He had already gotten the half diffuse down by, I think, the very first time they got that ult in. And after that, Ackerman spent so much time stalling, getting 3 kills in a row, and that was all that was needed for them to take that round of victory. The DK coming in from Soapy, just not enough to stop the man from taking it all the way through.
Well, it does seem that we do have a mouse problem coming up from the side of Nyx, so we're taking a bit of a timer pause here. So while the time that we have to just kind of talk, I mean, kind of a close matchup, and like I said, coming out from Nyx, the attacking side, very slow paced. You know, with no duelist, you can really only A flash or B Sova drone. You have really nothing else to go off of. So creating space can be pretty difficult, but as seen in, you know, multiple rounds, it seems that they don't have an issue. And with them lurking all the time as well, I mean, they're just finding free frags. And once they find that frag, it almost seems like they automatically rotate to that frag. So I would love for Sidestorm to see that, okay, someone died here, they're immediately going to rotate, one watch through mid. You know, I would love to see them, you know, kind of play around with it a little bit almost. You know, I want to see them get used to doing that. So that's something I would like to look forward to when Sidestorm sees that rotate happen. But I believe we're possibly getting ready here to go back into round number 8, 4-3. Oh, well,
we are almost about ready, but looking at the formations once again, we are looking at a split coming in from the attacking side. They're basically looking for map control. As in the most simple words, it's like wherever you get kills, that's where we will push, or that's where they'll think that we will push. We'll just go to the opposite side once again. So these are the 2 patterns that I have seen coming in from the attacking side so far, and going into round number 8. Let's see what they bring to the table. We see a bit of aggression on defense coming in from Jelly, and I believe that is Jet alongside him. But once again, we see them pulling back. They know the presence over at B main is a little too high. The real does come through. Jelly forced to push back, and so are the members of Nyx.
Well, Squishy could be meeting a firing squad here in a moment, but hopefully going to take one down with Sage. And hey, Squishy able to find one. The wall comes up as well to grab some cover. Can Squishy find another one onto Joey, peeking ever so softly as the molly comes out through, and Squishy in a life or death situation, and Hulu able to find the refrag. Now all 4 members of Nyx in mid, as here comes the res, and Hulu and Huso able to find multiple frags, and it's all down to Jelly. Jelly able to find 1. Can he find 2? Shots missing, unfortunately, and Hulu with a nice little 4K that round to make it 5-3 here on Icebox.
That one bait to get 2 of the members, I believe that was Soapy and I believe that was Picer and Ackerman peeking just to get that kill on over the revived teammate is what cost them that particular round. And what a bait that was. A 2-round lead now for, I believe this is Nyx.
Yep, 2-round lead for Nyx here on the attacker's side. You know, I really didn't think it was honestly going to go in their favor because they had no duelists, but prove me wrong, please. I love to be proved wrong. As Joey able to shoot the recon dart out, and multiple members, I believe almost every, in fact, every member of Sidestorm pushing up through. Hulu finding 1, and now it's all down to a 4v5 on the save round. Jelly able to take on one of the Vandal players, and Joey getting taken out as well, make that a 3v3. So this round got a little bit interesting, but unfortunately, Nyx said, hey, we knew all of you were on A, so we're just going to go plan B. Just give us 1 second to set up. As Soapy lurking through their spawn. But, in fact, I believe all members of Sidestorm able to find the res as well. And they're just going to push through their spawn. This could get dangerous on a save round. So, in an autumn, you know, in a little bit of a 4v3 situation, I mean, can they make something happen? I mean, they're all pushing up through mid. Soapy not looking. Able to find 1, and Soapy immediately backs out, says, hey, that's enough for me. As all 3 members of Sidestorm pushing up through mid, is Acker also pushing up through, but who's able to find 1 there on the Squishy. Acker getting taken out by Hydro, and it's all down to 5-5-6 as he is suppressed there by the KO knife. And, well, unfortunately, not a whole lot of time as it starts ticking down. Huso says, hey, I'm trying to find the frag here. Able to tag him up a little bit as the slow orb comes out as well. The recon dart able to come out. Not getting spotted. 5-5-6 might... Oh! That's a little move and a little nice little headshot there by Huso to end the round. So, unfortunately, Huso's life did go down with the spike. So, 6-3, moving into round number 10 on Icebox.
6-3 now, and like you said earlier, 5-5-6 has been showing up when he needs to. However, he can only do so much. And you know, something to point out, as soon as Joey spotted 3 of the individuals pushing through A main, so I believe it was Sage and KO, Huso and Hydro going light speed over to B side, and we saw Soapy already coming in with the flag. So the rotational speed coming in from this team has been absolutely legendary.
Well, Hulu said, if you want to play, let's play. As the chamber op, the Tour de France is coming out. So Jelly with an operator of his own, able to TP out of there from the KO knife, but this looks like an all-out rush coming out from Nyx right now as Hydra able to throw a molly back side with a shock dart hitting Huso right in the middle. So down to 75 HP, Huso goes as well, the Viper molly coming out and the flash as well, but the stage wall is down, and Jelly able to find 1 there into Soapy, but Joey with an immediate refrag, and Picer and Hydro trading as well, and it's all down to a 3v3 as Squishy able to find 2 amazing frags here, and Acker able to close it out, making it 4-6 here on Icebox. What a nice little round there for Sidestorm.
Really good retake. I mean, this was when none of the ults were being used from the offensive side, and they were able to take it back without much difficulty. Going into further rounds, if they can consider playing retake, because I've seen Sidestorm having more luck in securing retake rounds in the previous parts of this tournament rather than holding down the sites themselves. However, as of right now, we are 4-6 now in favor of Nyx, moving into the 11th round here in game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
Well, the recon dart coming out there, but unfortunately not tagging anybody, is Joey. Able to push up through B main as multiple members of Nyx. 3 as per usual. As we have the lurker looking up through mid, and Hulu watching A main as well. Now A is completely free. They're waiting for I believe they're waiting for the call through mid. I think by Soapy. I think there's got to be some sort of communication where, hey, you know, we can possibly either plan or we can rotate really fast. As Ackerman able to sit up through, but Soapy says, hey, I'm gonna throw a little molly lineup for you. Suso slow walking up on site here is 5-5-6, has no idea what's going on, but here comes the flash, able to take out 5-5-6. as now we're moving into a possible close plan, but Ackerman says, hey, Jet's here. Oh, throws all knives and only hits one. What? I don't see the point in that whatsoever, but Hydro able to take him out as well. He's punishing him for those knives. Well, now we're looking at 3v5, and you are also powerless coming out from Hydro. So, 3v5. Huso able to find one, able to find another one. 3 frags this round. As it's all down to Squishy, able to take out Hydro, and it's all down to Squishy, able to find another one, but Huso with a 4K this round, making it 7-4 in favor of Nyx here on Icebox.
7-4. Once again, they did get side control, but for how long? Once again, 556 Jelly, they were there. They did get the call out soon enough, but they fell back. This time they were not able to retake the site. So a little bit of inconsistency issues, and they had comfort taking back A side the previous round, but this time it just wasn't that easy coming in at B side. But once again, we see the entire team Nyx's roster moving in towards A side with Hulu and Chill peeking around mid, trying to get that damage done to, I believe that was Chamber. Nothing as of yet. Ackerman pushing through, trying to get that one kill. However, Sophie does get his head off first. Ruenchel should be the first one to push through, and he finds someone here though. Viper was doing God's work in terms of defense. How long will it last?
Well, as Viper says, welcome to my world, is Sophie able to get down the Viper ult, and Hulu a running little headshot there, but Jelly able to find 3, and 556 closing it out. I mean, I believe that was a save round, correct me if I'm wrong, or at least a little bit. I mean, they full bought obviously because it was the last round, but I mean, they did not have that great of weaponry. I mean, we saw what, 2 Guardians?
Yep, 2 Guardians coming in. One of them was from Ackerman, and I believe one of them was from a person mid. I'm not sure who, but then again, they were able to retake a site that they did not have. Similar luck when Team Nyx was able to take away B side from their hands 2 rounds ago. So we did see better retake opportunities coming in from Team Nyx over at the defense towards A side. But how can they make a comeback here? Now they're down 2 rounds. You're in offense. How do you get this working in your favor? You have duelists now.
You're also against a team that doesn't have a duelist and is almost defense, oriented. Is Ackerman already pushing up through mid and already on side, but Hydro pushing up through, able to find one. So now it's already down to a 4v5. As the plant, Squishy says, hey, I'm gonna get this down real quick. Do not mind me. As Hydro waiting for that poison order to come down, and 3 members of Nyx are just waiting, and Picer able to find one there, and Squishy able to find one as well. Jelly finding one as well. It's all down to a 4v2. Pushing up through, and Huso able to find one and tagging up. I believe that was Viper and getting shot down, but Hulu and Jelly trade out, and it's all down to Huso. Oh, but no, as Jelly shuts him down, and that's a 3K there for Jelly, making it 6-7 here. So Sidestorm trying to make something happen.
There's so much that there was so much that I believe Huso tried. They're trying to get a few kills down near tubes, but there's only so much he can do. Down to a 1v1, and then he finally goes down to Jelly.
Well, we're moving into round number 14 here on Icebox. A pretty close matchup here in the finals, which is something you would always like to see. So, I mean, there's nothing that we can really say at the time for being something different, but we see 3 members of Nyx pushing up through B main. I mean, they're all up next to each other. And unfortunately for them, Sidestorm is just waiting up and through spawn right now, kind of waiting for the flank. Hulu able to find one there into Squishy as the gun is down, but 556 is waiting, and Ackerman able to find the refrag there. So it's all down to a 4v4, but 556 able to take out Hydro. As a Spectre was able to get picked up. Interesting, and they're not expecting to have a Picer able to find the refrag there for Ackerman. The Marshal able to come out and find one as well. It's all down to a 2v1. Joey says, hey, I'm going to pick up the Sheriff at mid. I'm just going to I'm going to lurk right now as Joey just waiting. It's all up to Joey at this point. So can Joey make something happen to get a round win here for Nyx on the defense? As Picer and Jelly, the last 2 members, Viper and Chamber, a hard duo to go up against, but the Shock Dart coming out. I want to take up Jelly a little bit, but does have a recon if he wants to use it. I wouldn't recommend it that close, but waiting for Jelly to find one. Is it possible that Joey can possibly find a nice little one tap here onto Viper of Picer? But getting shot through the wall by Jelly, and 33 HP One shot with a sheriff. I mean, this would have to take a miracle right now for Joey pushing up through the Viper wall. There is a bit of a gap. So he did push up through, but both members are on yellow. Is swing Picer, but Picer able to find the frag. A nice little 3K this round. Sidestorm tying it up here on Icebox.
I mean, once again, we saw Huso and I believe it was Soapy getting up close and personal over at B main. They were able to get a few frags in, and for an eco round, I believe that was pretty good. They were able to take down 3 players to half armor. And going into, I believe this is going to be the 15th round, they have a little more hope. We have seen, I believe it was a Sidestorm getting 2 rounds in a row now. But the momentum might be finally shifting here as the big guns are finally coming out.
Well, moving into round number 15, as you said, is now the Poison were able to come up here through mid, as that's going to slow down Joey's push. So they're just kind of waiting for something to happen. But once again, a very slow take here from Sidestorm. Sitting up through spawn, just kind of waiting for somebody to peek, you know, mid, A main, B main. They're kind of just waiting for that first frag in the first 20 seconds of the round as Joey says, hey, that poison orb's down. I might peek it. I'm thinking about it. I'm just going to stand here as Ackerman says, well, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to push up through. So Ackerman trying to make something happen up through mid is we're at a stalemate. I mean,
there's not much happening, yeah.
I mean, there really isn't. I mean, we just see multiple members of Sidestorm waiting as the poison orb goes back up through mid. But I do believe we have an A lurker. I believe that's going to be Sova. So, I mean, what's the game plan here? Jet pushing up through mid. I believe this has to be a B execute if I would have to think of one. Unless Ackerman decides to go through snow and possibly push A spawn, but the trip able to find him there. So, a little smoke there to get out nice and safely. And here comes the Viper wall up from Sidestorm as Spicer pushing up through. Ackerman able to find one. Shots missing though from Hydro, and JLA able to find one as well. So now Squishy able to find one of their own. So, and now what was a very slow round at a 5v5 is now immediately turned into a 5v2. Last 2 members of Nyx are pushing up through spawn. Lulu and Chill with Soapy. I mean, I think they're just going to play for exit frags here.
And that will be the wise decision in a 2v5 situation, especially when you're that far away with 10 seconds already down in the spike. You might find someone here. We see Sova pushing in from a B main back to spawn. Okay.
He does not expect this whatsoever. 556. Maybe. No, he's just walking through as Soapy. Just going to walk up, says, hey, I'm just going to look at your head real quick. Possibly shoot, maybe not. I'm going to shoot and I'm going to miss, but then I finally take him down. Able to find 2. Okay, able to take out some guns, so that's good. Soapy trying to find one. Runs out of ammo, says, yep, the classic's coming out. Find one on Viper, possibly. Come on. Yo, Pfizer shuts him down. Unfortunately, Soapy not able to find the frag there. Sidestorm, 8-7, bringing it back here a little bit. I mean, the tides are turning. Pfizer, Viper gap. I mean, oh my. What an absolute savage. Really not, because they're both in the same exact, you know, way. You know, one's 8-10, one's 7-14. So not exactly a Viper gap. But moving into round number 16 here, let's see what's going to happen here for Sidestorm and if they can keep up this momentum throughout the entire rest of the game.
They've taken 3 rounds in a row up in the second half, and if they can continue to do this by switching up the timings, by switching up their positions every single time. Okay, they did get revealed here. I mean, where else would they be? CT spawn?
I mean, multiple members. I mean, they're all just sitting up there mid, and who said that's a firing squad? Oh, Soapy trying to find one. They walk past 1, 2, 3. Able to find 1, 2 for Soapy, 3 for Soapy, and now the refrags did come out, and it's all down to 5-5-6 in mid with the shock dart able to shut him down. But Hulu and Chill shutting it out as Soapy able to sit under tube and find 3 amazing frags.
And that is what's going to get them back into this game. One of these small little plays just hanging out in the corner, making sure that the trigger discipline is working in your favor. True brilliance coming in from Soapy. Caught 3 players and ripped their heads off, equalizing the scoreline once again over to 8-8.
Well, moving into round number 17, I mean, Soapy with a nice, amazing play, but Hulu and Chill. And I believe that's going to be Jelly. If you want to play, let's play. As it comes now, the Tour de France from both members. As the orb comes up through, and Hulu and Chill says, hey, I'm just going to, don't mind me. As you don't want to get in Viper's way. I believe that's going to be Soapy there on A site. as the recon drone does come out, but they said, hey, there's a sage wall here. Let's get rid of that, please. As Soapy actually gonna get spotted there by the recon dart. Not very good, but Soapy says, hey, you know what? Time to get a little risky. As 3 members of Sidestorm pushing up through A main, and well, now once again we're in a stalemate. They're waiting for the sage wall to go down and waiting for Soapy to possibly peek through. But I mean, you know,
Will he?
nothing's going on. I mean, oh, Soapy, there's a gap in the Viper wall.
Standing ahead.
Oh, this might be a little something.
Is this the play? Soapy kind of. Oh,
yeah,
Squidgy
that was
shuts
not
him
the play.
down. I mean, I didn't think that they might be able to see the gap, but Huso swinging with a slow orb in the hands. So Ackerman able to find a free frag, and you're also going to meet the Viper of Picer. So you're now down to a 2v5 now, as Jelly able to find one, but the operator's still up here for Hulu as Viper wall comes through, missing one shot, and unfortunately, that's going to be it there for Hulu and Chill. So once again, Sidestorm able to find the frags there and make it 9-8 back in the lead. Hopefully to grab some more momentum here as round 18 starts.
And it all just came down to unnecessary aggression coming in from Picer. He really didn't have to peek that gap, even if there was. Huso ended up seeing Huso, I believe. No, it was Squishy that ended up seeing it coming. But a 1 round lead once again for Sidestorm Esports. Or not, they're not esports. Not yet.
Well, as the recon dart does come out by 5.56, and it's just going to sit there. But the sage wall is immediately coming up to stop the push. And the spike is dropped for A main, so possible A push is Soapy just says, hey, I'm doing something ratty. Joey finding the first frag of the round here on that Ackerman. So now we're just kind of waiting as a little juggle here. Oh, the fancy 5.56. Absolutely gorgeous. But now left in a 4v5, Soapy still sitting through 2 here. I mean, could we see it again? Could we? Is it possible?
It is a shorty now. I don't think it is possible.
Oh no! Jelly possibly swinging into the hands of Soapy, but Jelly, oh, thank God, able to take him out. But he was able to do a significant amount of damage with that shorty. As Picer able to find the refrag there onto Hulu, so Yos will not kill Squishy's allies, as now Ackerman's back up and running. So Joey and Jelly just kind of jiggling through mid, and well, now all members of Sidestorm pushing up through onto A side as the shorty comes out by Hydro. Another flash coming out. Able to find one, and Huso able as well. So now it's all down to a 3v2. The Vandal picked up, but unfortunately, it's all down to Huso. Left in a 1v3, meeting the hands. Oh, the little peek with a pistol. Able to find the frag, but 5.56 closes it out, making it 10-8 in favor of Sidestorm here. Icebox, excuse me. I was choking on something. I don't know what that was.
I can't believe that pistol peek worked. You know, this used to work a lot better in CS:GO because you can consider that as a flash sometimes. But here, it's just still works. People just get caught off guard every time. All right, what is that flying from down there? Is that a flash? No way, that's a flash. But it still ends up working.
What is that? Turns around. Yeah, it is a possibility. Some people do actually do that. Well, moving into round number 19, here comes the recon dart. Pretty standard, nothing special. Hydra with the flashbang coming out as the Viper Orb is just waiting, and Hulu and Chill able to find the one frag there on the Picer. So now, all down to a 45, able to find 2. There goes down Jelly. So it's all down to a 3v5 in favor of Nick. So can something happen here for Sidestorm? Can they make something out of this as they're all still pushing? Oh, wait a minute, Squishy. Or no, that's Ackerman. Ackerman and Huso.
Oh, no.
Huso able to find the frag onto Ackerman. So it's all down to a 2v5 in favor of Nyx as Sidestorm trying to make something happen. Squishy's like, I'm trying to find a frag, but the orb does come up at 5.56. Takes the time to walk through the orb. It could meet the hands of Viper on the other side of Maze right below 5.56. He's right there and able to find the frag, but Hydra with the refrag and Hulu with the 3K this round. The operator making it 10-9. Nyx needed that round to get back into this game.
Definitely did. Down to a 1 round game now in the first game of this best of 3 series, and it has been very close so far.
Well, round number 20. It's a good number, I suppose. Well, while everyone's getting set up here, what's your favorite color? Just out of curiosity.
Purple.
Purple, okay. I'm a green guy personally.
Okay. I can work with
purple
that.
and green. We're like the Hulk. That's our casting duo name from now on. We're the Hulk. So, as the poison orb coming up through main, as Joey says, this is getting old. As Soapy. Oh, man. 5 members of Sire just waiting. Oh, man, this could be bad. But the orb able to come up through for Soapy to give them some cover, and they're like, oh, whoa, back up. Something could happen here, but they're just kind of waiting. Once again, it seems like we always get in this stalemate of wait for this to go down, and then we're gonna absolutely shred and run through sight. As here comes the recon dart and Ackerman pushing up through, and Soapy does get spotted, but I mean they all rush onto site and they have it for free. Is Squishy able to put up the sage wall there? So Joey could be finding a frag here on the Ackerman. It is quite possible, but no, Ackerman with a nice little timing diff there. So as the res is able to come out there onto Joey, so narrowed all down to a 4v5, make that a 3v5. As Hydro is able to pull out the KO out there, but able to find one there, but Squishy able to find a refrag, so it's all down to a 2v4 as, well, Hydro is still down. He's saying, hey, get me up. It's all down to Picer, but meeting the absolute eyes of Hulu and Chill has been absolutely deadly this game for Nyx. I mean, Hulu and Chill has not let off the gas.
What a retake coming in from this entire roster, picking each one of them off at different angles, making sure he uses the flashes to their advantage, and guns or not, with such close range, even Shorty is more than enough for you to get those kills and get that equalizer. 10-10 now, round number 21. Hulu and Chill sitting at 26, 2.0 KD to his name.
Hulu and Chill, like I said, hasn't let his foot off the gas this entire match, and I don't think he plans to either. Look at that gun buddy. Oh, that looks so good with the Forsaken operator. Oh, I love that. Well, back to the action as Suso puts up the sage wall and the KO knife coming out, but not able to spot anybody. As Soapy pushing up through, but the recon dart is able to spot Picer there pushing up through mid, and oh, Jelly gonna meet the hands of Soapy, who's gonna find the frag, and Soapy able to find one, so make that a 4v5 as Picer sitting up watching through mid, but 5-5-6. And I believe that is Squishy. Pushing up through A, and now they're on site. Can something happen here? Can Hydro find a frag? Oh, he saw 556's head. He saw his head. He's gonna peek again. Able to, able to capitalize. Excuse me, as Joey is able to find a frag there on the Ackerman. It's all down to a 2v5. Sidestorm looking a little bit tricky here. Oh, a nice little one tap there coming out from Picer. So make that a 2v4 as the Viper Maul is able to come out here, but Hydro trying to avenge the life of his fallen teammate, and Picer missing some shots there. Soapy dropping down as Soapy's able to find the frag there. It's all down to Squishy with a Vandal. Is able to possibly find one? No. Uso swinging around, able to find the frag, making it 11-10 here on Icebox. Back into the favor of Nyx. I mean, this is back and forth.
Another retake win coming in from Nyx here in round number 21, and I feel like even if you have duelists and vipers, they've not been able to do much in terms of stopping the retakes. There have been no smokes working in their favor, no flashes to hold down the ground. It's just been they've just been reliant on positioning and aim, which, to be fair, is good, but is it going to be good enough, especially when you're going against a mechanical titan like Nyx?
That is very true as well. Now they're actually doing a bit of an aggressive push up here through B main, but the Hunter of Solo pushing out, and Jelly able to take out Hulu and Chill. That's massive for them this round, as now it's all down to a 4v5 with a minute 20 to go, and Soapy did not expect Picer to push up through tube that fast, but Joey trying to find the refrag. Here's Ackerman able to find one of his own, so it's all down to Joey able to spray through and able to find the frag there on the Picer, making that a 4v2. Can Acker find a frag? No, Huso was able to find one, but Squishy with a refrag. It's all down to Joey with a decent amount of HP, so in a 1v3 situation, can Joey make something happen for Nyx here? It's not the end of the world if they lose the round, but it would be very nice if somehow Joey does pull this out as the recon dart does come through mid. Joey trying to make something happen here, bunny hopping around, little flick of the knife. So recon bolt does come out, unfortunately does get spotted, and meeting the op of Jelly, making it 11-11, all back to tie here on Icebox.
11-11 once again. This game cannot get any closer, but it was 2 rounds ago when we saw Hulu and Chill still sitting at 26-13. He has been a little too silent for the past few rounds, not getting those desired not getting those desired shots on target, not being in the right positions, always being caught off guard. Now, moving on into the 23rd round, there is going to be a tactical timeout called in from the defenders of Team Nyx. What do you think? How do you think they're going to be rethinking the strategy? They just need to hold on out for 2 more rounds. Defense is a lot more easier during high pressure situations.
Well, Hulu and Chill does have the operator back in his hand. I think he's going to play a little bit more passive. I think that would be the move personally, maybe up through B main or even A main. You know, having that operator still up, even maybe in a 3v5 situation, could be huge for Nyx. I mean, they're really banking on Hulu and Chill here, in my opinion. I mean, he's been an absolute demon this game, and I expect nothing less from him from the next 2 to 4 rounds or even more than those rounds. But then you also look in the hands of Jelly, the other chamber, who's also an absolute demon here in this game. So both chambers kind of going at it. The real question is who's going to be the better chamber?
That is the question with everybody else's mind. It is a chamber versus chamber. Both top fraggers covered by the French Sentinel. Now, we see a slight push towards C-side. It's going to be Squishy trying to get the angled peak. Does spot chamber there over the top of the boxes. That is going to be stopping this pay from happening anytime soon. But Ackerman decides to put in a quick peep over to the yellow container, also taking him to his demise at the same time. We see Hulu and Chill still sticking to the same angle. I believe Squishy does not have a res ready yet in order to revive Ackerman, but a 4v5 situation at the moment. No pushes coming in from Nyx either side of the sites, be it mid. Okay, we might see something here at mid as 556 looking for that drone recon. But okay, they're committing towards B side. This is pretty risky territory.
Well, the reason why they're going towards B is because Sobi has a Viper ult up on A right now. But Hulu ate up on the second frag of the round there, so that's 2 for Hulu. And like I said earlier, I think the thing they needed to do was just kind of sit back and wait for them to push, and they did it. And look what happened. Hulu was able to find 2 easy frags as the Sage was able to come up, but getting spotted as the slower base also able to come up. With only 25 seconds left in here in this round, as now it's all down to a 3v5, not in favor of Sidestorm by any means whatsoever. The Shark Dart coming out, missing, but now they kind of have to push up as the Viper all of their own is coming out, and Jelly able to take out Hulu, but Hydra with a refrag, and now Spicer able to find one of his own, but Soapy coming up behind, knife kill, but Spicer able to find one, and Hydro able to close it out, 12 to 11 here in Icebox in favor of Nyx, and it is now match point.
Another retake coming in from Nyx, and like you said, Viper did have the ult over at A side, but I was wondering why couldn't they push through tubes? They could have tried B short, because is it really worth it going up against the same AWPer that just got down your duelist? I mean, come on, he's sitting on 28 kills. What makes you think he won't get one more? And going at a disadvantage, trying to take away B site in such a compact space with less numbers is gonna be turning out to be a problem, which it did.
Well, hopefully they do the same thing here, just kind of wait. Sobi switching up the momentum, but if you want to play, let's play as the Tour de France coming out from Hulu. Not able to find one there, so Pies are able to stay alive here for this last round, possibly last round as match point is up. But you want to get out of Jet's way. Here's Ackerman, pulls out the knives, hopefully. There's also nowhere to run. All the ults are now used, but Sobi getting taken down there by 556. So, and Ackerman able to find one as well. I mean, this is nuts. I mean, 5v3, but Hulu and Chill still up. Still a dangerous round. Hitting the feet there at 556 as the spike is now planted inside of 2. So now it is all down to a 5v3, but Jelly waiting as Zeus was able to find the refrag, Joey as well, and it's all down to a 2v3. So now it's all down to the post plant, and the recon drone gets destroyed immediately. As 556 just waiting for his time to shine and pushing back up through pipes, but we're going to see an interesting Sage wall here. I mean, this could be interesting. Yes, it will be.
Oh, yep,
as the wall able to give some cover. This could be huge. As Jelly not shooting, and Joey able to find a 4K this round to close it all out, making it 13 to 11 here in favor of Nyx with a first map win on Icebox.
And what a way to close out the series. The defensive titan Knicks holding on out for that last round, and it was a 2v4 situation. It seemed like everything. It seemed like we are going to be going into 12-12 overtime, but that one Sage wall coming in from Squishy, who's sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. What kind of impact has this man made though on the very first game? And I have to say, I'm really impressed. It doesn't matter whether he's sitting at a negative KD. The work that he did was phenomenal.
I completely agree. I mean, I'm just going to say this real quick. Hulu and Chill, absolutely amazing. I mean, he couldn't have played his heart out any more than, he did. Or she did. I'm not sure. But whoever you are, Hulu and Chill, that was absolutely amazing. And I believe, do we know what map 2 is?
I believe we do not know that yet. Let me just ask the production really quickly.
Well, as we ask the production for what map 2 is, I hope all of you stay tuned as well. A very close matchup here, 13-11. And moving forward, we're just going to see what happens here. I mean, who knows? We could go into a third map and it could go into overtime. I mean, this could get crazy.
Definitely could, but I believe before moving on to game number 2, we'll be taking one short break here. Normal timeout, a 2-minute break. We'll be back soon with round number 2, so stay tuned for that one.
Out on the lakeside, where we stopped to rest, 1,000 miles from home, but we never felt this close. We'll start a new life in a new kind of light, where the water's never murky and the sky is clear. We slept with our heads together, we had the same dream. New town in the window of a train. Going 85 under a street light. Empty freeway in the middle of the night. I'll let you DJ, lean the seat back, you get car seat like that. It gets cold when we run. Pray for an early sun. Timeless and patience in the light. We dance together all night. We slept with our heads together. We had the same dream. A new town in the window of a tree. Going 85 under the street lights. Empty freeway in the middle of the night. I'll let you DJ, lean the seat back, even though you get car sick like that. I don't wanna wait for a storm that ain't coming, or hide from the Almost in my memory. No more waiting for a sign now. It's time for me to leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the round number 2, game 2 of this best of 3 series in the grand finals. The first one taken away by Nyx with that last wall play. I mean, Miro, walk us through that. How great was that?
I mean, you're looking at a situation where you're in a 2v4. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do. You're looking at every opportunity that you can. And once I saw him pull out the wall, I thought, no way. Like, are we going to see a wall under the rope right now? Like, I thought that is the most genius thing in the world. When that wall was placed, they won the round. And I'm just going to say that because Joey was able to find 4 frags. He was able to take out all 4 of them while peeking the sage wall. Unfortunately, on Sidestorm's part, they all kind of swung out and shot the wall, thinking that Joey might be hiding behind it. But unfortunately for them, they met the absolute demon of Joey, and they all fell down. And with that wall placed there, I mean, they just pretty much, capitalized and won that round and got the round win. And now moving on to Haven. Do we know whose map pick this was? I didn't ask about that on Icebox.
Well, we're not sure, I believe, but
we're just gonna say the casters chose Haven. Yes.
But to be fair, I love this map. I really love this map. You know why? Because there are 3 sides to this game. In every in CS:GO, in all other old Counter-Strike games, we never had 3-side maps before, especially in competitive pools. And Haven just adds that extra spice, extra flavor to it. The attackers have so many different options, and so does the defenders, right? We see Hydro picking up Astra. We have Huso with the Neon because they want those fast rotations. They want to hold down sites even when they're not there.
Well, personal opinion, hot take, I do not like Haven.
Okay.
It is a personal opinion. And like I said, it just might be because I am not the greatest at the game, but having 3 sites is very, very hard to defend, in my opinion. Being in the defense, you're meant to lock down a site. Being the attackers is, being unpredictable. I mean, I think the attackers have a massive advantage on Haven as, Nyx right now, they're thinking, oh, is this the 5 we want to go with? Are we sure about that? Everyone else is locked in on Sidestorm. They're ready to go. But moving in, Astra and Omen. So, bit of a different smokes. Omen a little bit more fast-paced. Astra, a lot more slower-paced. But we are now going to move into Haven for map number 2, as Nyx is up 1-0 in the series.
1-0 in favor of Nyx. Now in the attackers side, on the defensive side, rather facing up against, we have a Sidestorm in the attacking side, having only 1 duelist. Well, Chamber, you know what? Chamber is a duelist in my eyes. They have 2 duelists.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how you play them, but Chamber is definitely for sure.
I mean, to be fair, how Jelly has been playing Chamber, he definitely is a duelist, right?
How do we say it? A sentinel or a centulist? A centulist. That sounds awesome. Well, Chamber being the centulist here, as Hulu and Chill and Jelly both back on Chamber. So once again, we have this Chamber matchup, and as we saw, Hulu and Chill did come out on top, but first round coming out here as Nyx, I believe they're on the defense, and Sidestorm starting out on attack here. Let's see what's going to happen. Are we going to see a fast pace? Are we going to see a slow pace? I mean,
I feel like we might see some really great performance coming in from Neon and Breach, which is Huso and Soapy respectively. They were both playing defensive agents earlier in Icebox, and now Huso with the Neon. I believe he can just, I think we'll see some great plays. We see some great plays coming in from Joey, getting 2. at mid. Squishy already down. Huso getting another one.
One
Down to a
enemy
5v2 situation now. Soapy getting the fourth man down. Now down to a 5v1. Jelly forced to get out of that angle. There's nothing much you can do. Already down to 20 health, and Hydro gets him down to 0. First round going completely in favor of Nyx.
Well, nice little flawless round there to start. So, are we going to see a bit of the same thing? You know, are we going to see Nyx, jump out to a small lead and then Sidestorm's going to come back? Or is Nyx going to just take it from here on out? Maybe, a 9-3, 10-2 split. I mean, like I said, in my opinion, I think the attackers have a lot more options than the defense. There's 3 sites. It can be very hard to defend.
That is definitely the case, but that is only possible when you let them reach the sites first. Huso, the way he has been playing right now, look, he's already in their own half, and that is exactly why I think it would be the latter choice. We might just be looking at a 9-3 or a 10-2, and we see them pushing Garage, Hulu and Chill, taking down 2 and
enemy
then
remaining.
3, followed up by Huso with the 4th. Hydro coming in with the clutch and ripping off the 5th head. Squishy P going down, and there is nothing that they could do in that particular round. So even when they have these options, if you can close in on them, right? If you close in on them from various different angles, you can make out where they are gonna be ending up taking the side that they're gonna be going to. And once you figure that out, it is a cakewalk. And I feel like, I'm supporting Nyx a little too much, but I just really love this roster
Well, I mean,
right now.
this is insane. Hulu and Chill operator, 3rd round. Huso says, hey, I'm just going to slide through here. A little peek, little jiggle, but the stun coming out. But Squishy able to find the frag there through the smokes. That's Soapy down in sewers, but Huso trying to make something happen. You're absolutely looking everywhere trying to find somebody as the dog's able to come through, and the concuss as well. So it's all down to a 4v5 here. Nyx kind of playing back a little bit more passive because they are down a man. And that being Soapy, that's your breach down. So there goes your flashes and your stun. But they're still holding down the fort pretty well. But Sidestorm, possible mid push here.
That definitely does seem to be the case. Garage and B is completely out in the open. There's only Sky lingering around in the B site. But once again, the flashes do come through, trying to get some information as to who is pushing through mid. We might see Huso versus Jelly right about now. Jelly is gonna be the one to rip Huso's head off, and A site has opened up, and we see the players just rushing in, trying to get that side control.
Well, you're all down to a 3v5. If I'm Nyx right now, I'm thinking, okay, I wouldn't.
Spike
I mean,
planted.
that flash was absolutely useless as no members were going to push through that as well. The chamber trip is now hit, and Jelly trying to find a frag on Hydro, but Hydro shutting him down with a bulldog. So it's all down to a 3v4. This is still very winnable for Nyx as long as they make something happen. But I mean, Sky running all the way through C. They're all going to be on flank as the Vandal's able to get picked up there by Hydro. So with a 3v4 as Sova, I believe it's going to be 5-5-6 looking back through main. But now they're just playing for exit frags as this round is going to go towards Sidestorm. But how many guns can they take with them as Hydro going to be able to put up a smoke? But now they're just kind of waiting, able to pull hopefully somebody with a gravity pull. But they're all just waiting patiently.
Might see more than one exit frag here. All comes down to what Hydro decides to do. Does he decide to push, or we are going to be in a stalemate? Okay. Well, nobody wanted to push. Nobody brave enough to show us what they've got. I mean, that is the wise play, to be fair. That is a wise play. It would have been interesting.
To be fair.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see them push, but then again, $500 on the line, all right? Yeah, I'll allow
Exactly. I mean, you always have that, in the back of your head, I really want to, win. I mean, if you're Nyx right now, you're thinking, okay, we're 1-up, we're cruising. All we got to do is play our game, bring him to our momentum. As Huso pushing him through sewers. And here comes the spray. Squishy did get a frag last time through the smoke, but not able to shoot this time as Huso waiting. But Hydro meeting Ackerman through garage, able to back up though. But Ackerman says, hey, I'm just gonna peek mid right now as Huso waiting to peek the corners. The neon wall does come up, but Huso not getting aggressive there. I found that quite interesting, but the dog does come through. But Ackerman just kind of waiting to see what's going on. But Joey watching the walk in. It's a very long cross angle all the way from A-Link, as all members of Sidestorm currently pushing up through mid, and Can something happen here? Is Ackerman able to throw down the jet smoke? And here comes the pop flash. Not able to flash anybody as one flash does come out, but Ackerman meeting the hands of Joey, but Ackerman able to take him down. So now it's all down to a 4v5 as now Sidestorm has complete control of site as Picer able to go plant the spike down behind Hydra, able to find the frag there. So it's all down to a 4v4. Huso trying to make something happen here. Able to find one there to Ackerman. So it's all down to a 4v3 as the concussion does come out. Squishy trying to make something happen, but shots missing from both parties. As the concussion just come out and the slide from Huso. A little bit flashy there as Jelly's able to find the refrag. And it's all down to Picer left in a 3v1. Huso shuts him down. And now it is 3-1 in favor of Nyx here on
All right. I have something to... All right, so Huso has been doing the exact same thing. He's been pushing in through A shot, trying to get those frags, trying to hold off that angle. But that pushed the entire offensive roster from Sidestorm Gaming move towards B side, and B side was completely in the open. That did take Joey down, and even though Huso was able to take it back, I believe that is a bit of a misplay, because considering how there is no presence over at mid, you're pushing them towards mid, you're pushing them towards B side. Are you sure you can take the retakes every single time?
Exactly. I mean, there's a bit of a risky play in that, and I mean, it's something you got to take. And Hulu and Chill back on the operator here. I mean, that skin is just gorgeous, but Huso getting flashed out through sewers. As actually two members are going to be Soapy and Huso pushing up through sewers right now. I mean, this is such a great play. I mean, they're smoking out. They're finding, a lot of map control, making, Sidestorm very scared here as 556 could meet the hands of Huso, but all of the members of Sidestorm trying to take out just two members. Take this in mind. Two members, in fact, pretty much only one being Huso. So Picer sitting back through, C main. He's like, hey, I don't see anything. I think we're going to push C here. Start rotating. As now we see multiple rotations as Ackerman could be meeting the op of Hulu and Chill. And yes, there it is. Hulu and Chill finding the first frag here of round number 4. Or excuse me, round number 5 as the chamber trip is up through garage. But
so satisfying.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, Hulu with the operator just come, you walk into his crosshair, he flicks it onto your head, and you just go down. It's beautiful.
Oh man, look at this. 4 members of Sidestorm getting ready to attack him in here. As there comes the recon, gonna get spotted. Joey's about to get absolutely flooded right now as here come the blinds, and it's possible Seekers coming out here from Joey this round. Huso sliding through, able to find one. Pice with a refrag, Joey with one as well. And Soapy able to find one of his own, make that 2. So now it's 4-1 in favor of Nyx. I mean, can Sidestorm make something happen here to slow down this momentum? We did see this in the first map on Icebox, take this in mind. They were up around 4-1, 4-2 range, and then it did come back in favor of Sidestorm. But we are going to see a save round come out, so maybe a possible LC rush, maybe mid, maybe A. Who knows? Maybe we may even see just, default.
And I want to talk a little bit more about that play coming in from Huso. His aim was not to get a kill there. His aim was to confirm everybody's position, which he did, and that is exactly why all the players from all of his teammates were able to push into the site with some knowledge as to where everybody is present and get those kills. So Huso, like I said, this is the man that we should look out for. The man was playing Sage, and he played such a great game last time, and he's been doing the exact same thing in this particular match at Haven.
Huso able to find one on there to Ackerman, and well, sorry to cut you off there, but I mean, I felt something coming. I felt it in my veins as Soapy getting ready for the blind. Here it comes, but between the two members, Squishy able to find one. Soapy getting taken down, but Joey with a refrag. It's all down to Picer, and Joey able to close it out, make it a 5-1 here on Haven.
The Deagle play is coming in from Joey. The headshots to close out I believe that was the 6th round in the series. Moving on to the 7th one. Huso still the top fragger coming in from Nyx. However, I'm surprised. It's been so many rounds, and Sidestorm haven't been able to figure out an answer to this question. We see all of them still trying to figure out a solution. They're all just stacked up over at A. Outside A. I'm not sure what they're planning this time.
Oh boy, here we go. If you want to play, let's play. But Hulu able to find one, but it could be the hands of Jelly, but says, hey, I found mine. I'm going to leave now. As now Huso on the flank. Not again. This time they knew they were going to push sewers. As you saw that Huso and Soapy are now together still. Pushing up on the flank, meeting the hands of Squishy, but it gets taken down. So, I mean, they're so, I guess Nyx thinks it's so predictable. I mean, they just know what's going to happen.
And we are looking at the players with X-ray. They're not even looking. That's how well built these guys' game sense is. Switching
Wow.
up switching up Huso's position with the operator, knowing that they might go for an early push because they know Huso pushes early every single time, and that is how one player went down, and with that they got another one on the rotation, getting the majority working in their favor. Now in a 5v3 situation, Jelly with the ult of the operator is all down to him. What site should they be going to now?
Well, it looks like they're going to be pushing A here as Ackerman waiting for his
seconds
time to
left.
shine. As Hulu and Chill's just kind of waiting. He's like, I ain't got an op. I'm watching A main. I don't really see anything. But oh, Jelly. Oh no. Who's going to win the battle of the ops in 3, 2, 1? Hulu able to take him out. So 5-5-6 able to swing up through, and 5-5-6
Oh, wow.
able to find the frags to make that a 4v2. And Ackerman could be beating more members, able to find one as the jet smoke does come down. So great play there by Ackerman to make some room, but the Seekers do come out there by Joey. So now, as the time is ticking down, they're able to find one onto Ackerman, and it's all down to 5-5-6. 5-5-6 is known to clutch these, but I mean, in a 1v3, you know,
my
multiple
God.
uses of utility, getting
Oh,
tapped
wow.
twice there by the breach. I mean, able to find two, but Huso luckily shuts him down. That could have been really bad. Oh my gosh. Huso is sitting there like, guys, what happened?
So I mean, it was Neon's wall, right? He got it up thinking that 5-5-6 wouldn't be able to predict the position, but he was able to. He found two because they were already low. But Huso, thank God for Huso. He was the one to set up that mistake, but he was the one to rectify it as well, making sure that they take another round to their name.
Well, we're now moving into round number 8, 6-1 in favor of Nyx. We said earlier this could be a 9-3, 10-2 split. As Huso, here they come. As
boy.
Huso is able to possibly find one,
okay.
two.
One,
Can he find a
two.
third as the concussion comes out? But Peiser, luckily, able to shut him down. So Huso did his job this round, finding two. But Sobi and Peiser trading frags, and it's all down to a 3v2. Last two members of Sidestorm are going to be pushing up through C main. Is Joey waiting for this pop flash around the corner? Waiting for something to happen. Oh, a little jiggle. Oh. Oh. Oh, and Hulu and Chill on playing with an operator finds one. I mean, it's bound to happen as, well, we see the Omen ult coming out onto A. So, Hulu and Chill is there pushing up through main, but the spike is able to get planted just down for that money. As Peiser are really meeting his
boy.
demise, and Hydro is able to find the frag there, making it 7-1 in favor of Nyx. This is looking bad. This is looking real bad.
I am looking at the highest skill level gameplay of Valorant right here. These guys have been playing such a smart game. I mean, you know, Huso knew that they were gonna push C-side. He just went in with the ult, got the breach flash. That confidence. It's like they know. How?
I mean, well, I guess if you look at it from, you know, a statistic standpoint, they haven't done it once. And maybe they just took the gamble. You know, it's a technically a 33% chance, 33.33333 chance for that to happen. And luckily, that 33% was on their side. And now it is 7-1. I mean, round number 9, that Sidestorm needs to have something happen here. I mean, they need a round.
Probably even more than 33%. To be fair, you're struggling a lot over at A side, so going once again over at A doesn't seem to be a viable option. So Huso figuring all that out, has been playing such a phenomenal game as Joey gets two here outside garage, looking for the third one through the spam. Won't be getting it. It's gonna be Huso bringing himself in, trying to find the last man.
He was in the neon wall, wasn't he? Yes,
Okay.
he was. Wow. I mean, this is nuts. Watching Huso play Neon is one of the most, I mean, this is so fun watching him do this. I mean, the Neon wall, even though he's just kind of jumping around strategically, that Neon wall is placed so perfectly that he can either A, go back, fake them out, sit in the wall, or C, go behind them. I mean, that's insane.
And I just want to say I saw this coming. Back when I saw Huso take Neon, I was like, okay, this is gonna be very fun. And this is exactly how it's turning out. We might be looking at a 10-2 or a 9-3 scoreline. Who knows? Maybe even 11-1. We will find out soon enough as we see Hydro in garage with the Astra. And we have to, I mean, okay, just get spotted. Not in a good spot now. But I have to point out that
I've got your
Astra
trail.
himself, himself, has been playing a really, really conserved game here. You know, you need to balance out the offensive pressure coming in from Huso with the defensive player. And that is exactly what he has been bringing to the table.
Well, so be able to find 2 as the frag. Oh, but Ackerman able to shut him down because of the dogs. So last 2 members of Nyx pushing up through, and Huso missing the shot with an operator, and unfortunately Ackerman with an ace this round said, hey guys, we got to make something happen here. Put the team on his back and finally won a round here on the attacking side.
And up until before this, everybody was sub 5 kills over from Sidestorm Gaming. Think about that. The amount of pressure that Nyx have been applying, it's phenomenal, and we might finally see a momentum shift. We might finally see Huso be like, okay, you know what, guys, I think it's time to chill. We have had our fair share of offensive pressure. I think we can just chill out, wait for them to push, get in those kills. Let's see whether he actually does that or not.
Here
Never
comes
mind.
Huso.
Never
I
mind.
mean, it's gonna happen. Pushing up through ace sewers once again is Ackerman pushing up through garage, and yep, let's go. Soapy said, hey, I'm gonna start doing this.
Oh,
Isn't
no,
just
no, 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 no.
Ackerman. I mean, how do you not check your corners? As Huso's waiting, but Hulu and Chill able to find the refrag there onto Ackerman. So Huso able to find one as well up through A main. I mean, it is so fun to watch Huso walk up through, wait out the smoke, and find the frag as Hulu and Chill. Oh no. I mean, are we gonna see it again? I mean, if you walk into this crosshair, we're dead. It's just bound to happen.
Oh no,
TP
he
out.
decided to go away.
Okay, well, 556 says, hey, that's a TP out. I think I'm actually just going to walk up on the side.
Oh my
Hydro
God.
to find the spike down, and ooh, both double dink there. So they're both down to about 15 HP, but 556 is able to find the frag, so now it's all down to a 3v2. Here comes the smoke down from Hydro as Jelly. 15 HP as Joey and Huso. Huso, please take the corner. Indeed, he does seize the gun of
There
Jelly
we
and
go.
finds the frag, and it's all down to
30
Sova here,
seconds left.
556. In garage, I mean, Hydro aiming a little high here, and 556 able to find the frag, so full HP, this is winnable. The concussion does come out, but the spike is down. There comes
Oh,
the
no.
flash and the concuss
Oh,
as
that's
well,
not
and a
gonna be
shock
good.
dart. I mean, everything's flying with only 12 seconds left. I don't think both of you peek here.
10
Suso does
seconds
run
left.
away. They're able
All
to
right.
both run away as 556 pushes it through, and Joey, oh, with a nice little one-tap, little jiggle, making it 9-2 here on
Last
Haven. I
round
mean, this
before
is
the switch.
insane.
Insane is an understatement. Huso, I mean, you know, he has been applying all that offensive pressure here. I thought he'd do something very ambitious, and 556 might be able to run away with it, but no, he has his mind in the right place. He decided to run away, and Joey getting that kill by the end, making sure that they take another round to their name, and it's 9-2 now, looking to make it 10 here in round number 12. Game
And here
number
comes the
2.
C pushes. Huso
Oh.
trying to
Oh,
find
no,
one,
no,
but the
no.
flash did help, but Neon will able to come out. And I mean, look at the support. It's Soapy
Wow.
and Hydro. I mean, they're an absolute dynamic duo. Soapy and Huso, I mean, they do everything together. As the Breach One's able to come out, Soapy able to find the frag.
One
Jelly
enemy
getting caught at
remaining.
concuss, finding a third. Who and Chill missing an op shot on a 556. Hydro able to close it out though, and there's the 10-2 half that we have been talking about this entire time.
Milo,
I mean,
Switching sides.
yeah.
how did they know they're always coming C?
I have no idea. It's got to be some sort of statistical guess, or they're just better at the game. Maybe they have a better gaming chair.
Just better.
They have a better gaming chair. Think about it that way. I mean,
It's
I don't know.
almost like it's almost frustrating. I mean, looking at it from a Sidestorm perspective, like why? How do they know?
It's like, I guess it's just a good guess every time. But I mean, look at Soapy and Huso at the top of the leaderboard there for Nyx. I mean, they push up together through 8 sewers. They push up together C long. We have now noticed and should have known by now that Breach and Neon is a disgusting combo. Throw in Astra for a smoke and a gravity pull. Man. Oh man, is it nasty.
And okay, we see Ackerman now pushing in through that place. All right, he's not gonna be getting it. Huru and Chill will be going down. I just realized that we have switched sides. Okay.
Yeah. Well, as Sidestorm now in the defense, able to find the first frag there into Hulu and Chill, as stated. So good start for them. Let's hopefully, you know, they can keep it up as Squishy waiting in garage. Joey, here comes the dog. As Huso and Sky working together this time. Is Squishy and Jelly able to push back through, but a double flash there coming out from both sides is Soapy. Oh no, this could be bad. They have no idea that Ackerman's there. A perfect timing. As Picer and Ackerman probably going to find 2 or 3 here. Able to find 1. There's 2. And there's 3. And it's all down to Soapy left on site. And 5-5-6 being in the hands of Soapy. Now it's all down to a 1v3.
All right, I believe in this 1v3.
Soapy does have the opportunity, but there is 1 through CT and 2 back toward. Oh man, this could be bad. As the blind does come out, meeting both members, and Picer with a 3K this round. Sidestorm finally able to pick up a round here, making it 10-3 on Haven.
How that one utility could have changed everything. The flash coming in through Omen, just making sure there is no chance for Breach to even think about making a 1v3 situation work here. And winning that pistol round was crucial for Sidestorm Gaming as they go up to the 3rd round victory.
Well, round number 14, the scoreline is currently 10-3. As we look at the leaderboard real quick, as we talked about earlier, Soapy and Huso at the top of the leaderboard there for Nixon. Ackerman trying to do a lot of stuff, you know, on their own. I mean, they're struggling, but hopefully, you know, with that round win, they find something. But it looks like Nyx is forcing this round. Even though they lost, they said, hey, we're going to force.
They got the spike down, right?
Yes. So we do see a force come out as the recon dart does come out, but Huso pushing through all of that utility. I mean, that's nuts. As the neon wall does come up, but meeting multiple utility members. As Spice are able to take him out, and Ackerman and Soapy and Ackerman once again. So now it's all down to a 2v3, make that a 2v2. So now, I mean, this could go both ways as it's all down to Soapy. And Soapy does able to find Squishy. So Soapy and Joey, last 2 members. And oh man, can Jelly make something happen here through heaven?
Will find Joey's head.
One tap. Oh my, oh my goodness, the Soapy able to peek and find the frag. A force round from Nyx does come out on top, 11-3. I mean, we both reacted to that headshot. I mean, that was disgusting.
Flick, dude. Oh my god, that was disgusting. Yes.
I wish I could be that good.
Oh my god.
I wish I could do that. I bet you Jelly does that in his sleep.
And he has 4 kills. Even up till now, he has 4 kills. You know, it just goes to show how much team play can affect your opponents. Doesn't matter how good they are, how mechanical they are with their abilities. If you can get your team plays working, it just doesn't matter. This is where legends are made. This is where great players are separated from the legends themselves. 11-3 now, 2 rounds away from victory. Team Nyx.
Well, Jelly with an operator. It seems that Hulu and Jelly, they love the operator here on C. As 3 members are towards mid right now, and that's where it looks like they're going to be pushing through Garage with the Spectre as the Flash is able to come out in the corner, but Squishy says, I'm going to throw one on my own. Squishy pushing him through because the Flash didn't come off, but luckily able to get out of there alive, and she says, hey, I got you, just give me a second. As Picer waiting for that time to shine as the smoke is able to come out and stall their push through mid, and well, now we see Nyx for the first time in a bit of a situation where they don't know what to do. I mean, they are very, you know, standoffish right now in a bit of a stalemate. I think we're going to see a push through Garage here. I think a smoke's going to come down from Astra on CT. And here it comes as, yep, there comes the breach ult as the blind does come down there by Picer, but unfortunately,
oh my god,
Jelly finding an op frag there. And once again, another one. And now we're all down to a 2v3. A lot of refrags there as it's all down to Soapy and Hulu and Chill is 5-5-6 with a recon dart coming out through. Excuse me, that's going to spot both members as you have 2 towards CT, 5-5-6 swinging up through Garage. Able to find 1, able to find 2.
Oh my god.
And it's all down to a 2v1. Oh man, and they're just going to play for
run away.
There it is.
Oh,
Jelly
that's
has an
gonna
op.
hurt.
I mean, Nyx playing this so strategically and so correctly. They have Soapy running all the way through Garage right now.
Wow.
Jelly shaking in the boots of Chamber as the tap does come down. One shot coming out, and Soapy pushing him through, able to tag him up, and Hulu and Chill able to close it out. 12-3 here on Haven.
All right, Milo, I'm going to tell you something. So this is a bit of a this was something that we found out in pre-production. That Lance is the coach for Nyx, right? And he told us a little something about how these guys practice. They have this playbook that they abide by. It's like the Bible.
Okay,
And
understand.
every play
Okay.
made by them has been a variant of the same play. Like we saw Neon and Sky pushing in Garage. Not the first time. This was not the first time they were doing it, but we saw variants of it depending on how the situation changed. And it's working out perfectly well for them. Abiding by the playbook, getting that practice in, it just works.
It's just simple differences in the strat, you know. I mean, they're just adjusting as I'm talking. Ackerman says, "Hey, I just threw some knives," and Pice able to find one as well. So now pushing him through Garage, so be able to find one too. So pushing him through mid, able to find one, but Jelly with a refrag. So it's all down to a 2v3. Jelly finds another one this round, and once again, Soapy left in a 1v3 as the spike, unfortunately, is sitting back and spawn, and Ackerman's able to spot that. So, once again, this is going to be quite slow. It could be quite eventful here in I would say in the next 20 seconds. As we wait for Soapy to push up through B and Ackerman getting kind of antsy, and now it's going to sit in a corner. So, Soapy with 2 blinds and a stun with 48 seconds left. Is he going to run all the way through A?
Oh my God.
Well,
Milo, tell me something.
yeah, sure.
If you had a chance to win this prize pool, if you got the money, what would you do with it?
Well, that's a great question. Personally, I would either invest the money that I won, or B, I would take my fiance on a shopping spree.
Hey, two very great options, both of them. Where do you think of investing that money?
It really all depends. You know, stocks as well. Ackerman's able to find the frag there. But yeah, I would probably do stocks, or maybe even just save it. You know, just toss her in a bank account. You know, maybe use that at a later date.
I like that. I can work with that.
Nope, Sidestorm. One round. Yay! 12-4. Knicks, an absolute domination still. I mean, it's
It's not getting
Soapy.
close anytime soon.
I mean, Soapy 23-8. I mean, at the top of the leaderboard right now, and well, as we see, Sidestorm a bit split up here, but all members of Knicks are on A main. But if you want to play, let's play the Tour de France coming out from Hulu and Chill and Jelly at the same time. As Huso hopefully able to push up here with that shocker, it's going to do a lot of damage. But Huso's able to get on site, hopefully able to find one, but does get spotted there by the recon dart as Icer want to push up through with a crosshair. Is not going to be able to fall down. As now we're all down to a 3v4. Make that a 2v4, make that a 1v4. It's all down to Hunt and Chill, or Hulu and Chill, sorry, is Ackerman. But today come out, and now it's 12-5.
Hunt and Chill is not a bad name. That's what he has been doing. He chills at single play and he hunts with his operator.
Oh man.
Teleport's ready.
But wait, hey, 12-5, Sidestorm winning rounds right now. Could we see the greatest comeback in history right now?
We could. I mean, one of these universes, we could go to game number 3, but then again, do we really think that Soapy, Huso, and Joey would allow any of that?
Well, round number 18, 12-5, still match point in favor of Knicks. As 5-5-6, once again, the same recon dart is. It seems like the main push here for them as well. If they hear something, it's just going to be 5-5-6 and them on site. But here comes the immediate rotate, and off their feet they're going to go. So Huso also with the ult as the gravity pull comes through, and Huso trying to find one able to put. Oh my good
One
lord!
HP probably.
Talk about the freaking neon nerf there. Is Huso trying to find another frag, or trying to find the frag? Is Soba able to get healed up here, and Hulu and Chill.
Okay.
And Jelly. I mean, the chambers, they meet each other once again, and Jelly comes out on top this time. So it's all down to a 4v4 now as Hydra finds the refrag. As now all members of Sidestorm, they gotta make something happen here. They're just funneling through CT as Hydra's able to find one. And I think we're looking at the end here. This is the end.
That seemed like a
It's the
3v2
end.
situation. 5-5-6. Okay, Joey says, I want that kill. Let me go get that kill. But Husu says, no, I started everything. I'm gonna be the one to end it. And that is game number 2 done and dusted. Team Knicks are winners for the Tour de Force Valorant $500 tournament, with Team Sidestorm Gaming being our runner-up.
Well, an absolutely amazing contest there from both teams. As well, Soapy coming out on top there with Huso, and followed up by Hulu and Chill. And I mean, Soapy and Huso. What a dynamic duo. I mean, the Breach Neon combo, and like I said, you throw in Hydro with the Astra smokes, and that A sewer push is almost unstoppable. You know, even within the first map, the Hulu and Chill absolutely popping off with the operator. And I mean, I'm just, you know, I'm honestly flabbergasted, if that's a word you want to use right now. But, you know, man, Soapy, Huso, Hulu and Chill, Joey, Hydro, congratulations on your victory. And Sidestorm, great effort. It was wonderful watching you two teams battle it out.
I mean, we could have, if game number 2 could have just gone slightly, game number 1 could have gone slightly in their favor, we might have even seen game number 3 here. And that could have been a very different story. But as of right now, that was a 2-0 clean sweep in favor of Knicks. But before we take our leave for the day, I would like to point out I would like to thank our sponsors, Dude, for sponsoring this tournament. Dude, as always, if you don't know what it is a social network for gamers to connect with other gamers with an easy, simple method of a gamer profile discovery and instant messaging for real-time engagement. Dude is developed by gamers for gamers to serve the purpose as the all-in-all ultimate hub network for gamers. Head to app.dude.gg to learn more about it. Milo, any last words before we take our leave today?
Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming out here, listen to us, you know, chat it up, have a good time. You know, it's something that we love to do, and I appreciate all of you out there watching this finals. Dude, special thanks to you, Latency as well. I appreciate all of you, the production team, the staff. All of you are amazing people. And once again, thanks for having me here. It was a pleasure casting with you, and hopefully we'll be doing this again very soon.
Definitely. That is it from our side. We are going to be signing off. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Have a good night.